gentlemen, it's nice to see everyone again. The members of the jury are present. Everyone else may be seated. Dr. Scott is back on the stand, and we're going to continue with his direct examination. Doctor, I'll just remind you that you're under oath as opposed to placing you under oath again. You're still under oath from the last time you testified.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Sachs, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Scott.
Good morning.
I think we left off, I asked you, what did you determine from your review of prior mental health psychologists and psychiatrists and mental health records?
So I reviewed the history of his psychological records, academic and testing records, really starting from even pre-K. And some of the key findings that you could see in preschool, he did have early developmental delays. He had delays in both receptive and expressive language when he was even as young as 3.5. And so he was subsequently placed in small classrooms. He then eventually went to kindergarten. He was evaluated in kindergarten. He went to kindergarten twice. He did repeat kindergarten. The second kindergarten year, he was in some mainstream classes as well. One of his teachers was Mrs. Booth, and she commented how well he did. They held him back in kindergarten, even though he did meet promotion criteria to the first grade. They thought it would be best still to continue to observe and watch him. It was during this time that he was started on a medication for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, also known as ADHD. The medicine was called Concerta. And one of the teachers noted that particularly in things like remembering his numbers and in math, he did substantially better once he was started on the stimulant medicine, indicating that it was helpful at that point for improving his concentration. During his first grade, and I'm going to march hopefully fairly briefly through the evals from first through up to 10th and 11th grade. But in the first grade, he was in some mainstream classes, but he had what we call ESE, which is Exceptional Student Education Support. So he had support through speech and language therapy. He had counselor support and other support even in some of the classrooms. First grade did not go extremely well for him. There was some concern that the stimulant medication had been advanced from 18 to 54 milligrams during that time, and that may have played a role in some increase in anxiety or agitation. So there was a medication change during that time frame. But because of the concerns overall, he was again placed in cluster classes. As I understand cluster classes, they're small classrooms, sometimes 3, sometimes 7 students. Sometimes it's a mix of you can be in a regular education classroom, but you have special attention in a cluster group. It just depends on the year. And so the second and third grade, he was in these support classes. Again, when he was younger, at about age 5, he was tested for IQ testing. And IQ testing at that time was relatively low. It was below average. It was around 77. And I mentioned that so you can see when he is tested over time as the years progress, does his IQ stay at that level or does it increase over time? So that was one of his first testings around age 5, 5.5. He was also noted early on to have some impairments in some of his adaptive functioning, and that also was the reason he was eligible for both speech and language courses and also emotional or behavioral disturbance classes. So in the third grade, he moves up. He's in also a cluster class. And although he was in a very structured cluster class at the time, third grade did not go particularly well for him. Again, there were some concerns that a medicine he was on, it was called Strattera, may have played a role in his agitation. It was unclear. So they adjusted the medication for him, and he had some medication adjustments during that time frame. So he continued through elementary school. He went to the 4th grade, and during the 4th grade, as in Florida they had at the time, they have ongoing achievement tests So it's the Florida Comprehensive Achievement Test, also known as the FCAT. And so this is a measure, are you at least compared to other peers or other students in your age range? How are you doing? And it helps establish at least some baseline. So in the 4th grade, they tested 2 main areas, and they alternate the years which areas or subjects they're testing. This was reading and math. In the reading, he was above the cutoff level for being or meeting the achievement, so it did indicate he had made some reading gains, had improved since his preschool and his 1st grade years. He was below the cutoff, though, on math. He was promoted to the 5th grade. In the 5th grade, he was primarily in what's known as inclusion classes or mainstream classes. If you look at his individualized education plan, also known as an IEP, he was about 80% time there in a mainstream class. So they are having some increased exposure in mainstream classes. But he continued to have some of the other support that you get as an ESA student. In the 5th grade, if you look at his improvement in reading and in math over the year, a couple of things stand out. Again, he's having, in some ways, a positive forward trajectory academically. So his teacher, Mrs. Weiner, does conference notes about every 3 or 4 months or so in the school, and he was at or above reading level in the 5th grade. For the first 2 conference records, he was slightly below the math goal, but by the final report, he was meeting at or above both reading and in math. So it looked like he had made improvements compared to what the earlier records had shown when he was much younger. So he goes to West Glades Middle School. That's in the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and he's primarily in mainstream classes, but he does continue to have, and he's eligible for, that extra support. So that can include things like a counselor at school and other support services as needed. And grade-wise, his grades weren't great in the 6th grade, but his behavior was pretty good. And then he gets towards the end of his 6th grade year, and his behavior does start to change, indicating that he had done fairly well with the behavior initially, but now there's a behavior change. When you go through the records at that time, you can see in the 6th, 7th, and part of the 8th grade that he does tell that he's trying to make friends, get attention from others, wants to be popular, and that by his report, acting out in certain ways will have students notice him. So if he teases a teacher or has a prank in the class or misbehaves, he'll get attention from others. That starts by the 7th and 8th grade to kind of backfire in the sense that he is getting in more trouble academically and also certainly behaviorally. And the 7th and 8th grade are particularly notable for a lot of behavioral disturbances. We covered some of those the last time I testified, and there was a good bit of impulsive behavior described. One thing with individuals with conduct disorder and antisocial personality disorder is that they can have both impulsive behaviors, but they can also have planned behaviors. So I'm not sure when I was talking about impulsive versus predatory, if I made that clear. They oftentimes go together in conduct disorder and in antisocial personality disorder. So he did have a history of impulsive behavior, and that was noted throughout the junior high records. But that doesn't mean that he can't also plan. They are not in any way mutually exclusive. Because of the problems he was having in the 8th grade, he had psychological evaluations. One was done by a Dr. Jennifer Klein. Kind of backing up a little bit, he had, I believe, around, maybe the 3rd or 4th grade, he did have his IQ retested, and that was also done by Dr. Klein when he was in the 3rd grade. And it was no longer 77. I think her score at that time was around 93, which would have been certainly within the average range at that time. So he had made a jump also on his academic and IQ scoring from that testing. So that was a big improvement. They were very concerned, though, about the behaviors at Westglade. So they had a functional behavioral analysis to try to understand what was causing the behavior and what was the potential reward for the behavior. So he got reassessed by a psychosocial assessment, by a social worker. He has Henderson Behavioral Health coming in, working in the home. They have ongoing in-home treatment. The mother eventually gets her own parent advocate to help her with parenting training. And ultimately, they feel that the best help for him will be transferred to a school known as Cross Creek, which again is to help students that may have emotional or behavioral difficulties. And when he got transferred to Cross Creek, in about February-ish or March of his 8th grade year. So he didn't complete his 8th grade at Westglades. So when he got transferred to Cross Creek, he had a significant behavioral improvement. If you look at his classroom notes and records, he was noted to make nearly all A's and B's, get on the honor roll, had a dramatic improvement in his behavior. So it did look like that structure was helpful to him. But it also shows that even if he needed the structure, he could accomplish and make academic gains. So he had the brain power, if you will. He had the executive ability and executive functioning, and the structure may have shown what he was capable of as far as his actual academic abilities. He did so well at Cross Creek that eventually the IEP teams decided, and he wanted to go to Marjory Stoneman Douglas, that he would be appropriate to go there. So he was ultimately transferred there in the 9th grade, and he had 2 classes in the morning at Marjory Stoneman Douglas. One was the Jrtc, and I believe the other might have been a language arts class, and then he did complete his other work up back to Cross Creek. They would have a bus that would take him to Cross Creek in the 9th grade. His grades were extremely good during that time frame, and again, he was having substantial increases academically. So his IQ had been noted to be higher even since elementary school. His grades improved dramatically, and another area you can monitor how he improved over time. Periodically, they gave him tests known as the DAR, which is the Diagnostic Assessment of Reading. And you can see how he improves in different scores. So, for example, in the 10th grade, when he took the Diagnostic Assessment of Reading, in some areas, not all, he was even now reading above grade level. Spelling was a challenge. Spelling, he was lower than grade level, and I think that was noted throughout his records, that spelling was one of his literary weaknesses, if you will. And then in about August of 2016, this is going to be the summer before he was to start his 11th grade year, he had a breakup with his girlfriend, first significant relationship, as he's described it to me and to others, and that was noted to really have a spiraling down of his academic performance, but also his behavioral performance. And so when you look at the Marjory Stoneman Douglas records, as he's entering the 11th grade, there was a dramatic change. So his grades dropped. He was failing certain subjects. He was having increase in behavioral problems noted. And in my opinion, this is not explained by a sudden loss of his brain dysfunction. It was really the reaction to and breakup to this girlfriend. And this is noted throughout the records. So Henderson Behavioral Health is back engaged and involved. He has a counselor known as Jared Benenfield, and the breakup is noted repeatedly as being one of the, if not the most significant impact on why his grades do go down. And eventually, at Marjory Stoneman Douglas, he leaves because he doesn't necessarily want to go back to Cross Creek, and so he voluntarily gives up his ESE classification, but ultimately he does not stay at Marjory Stoneman Douglas. He ultimately goes and attends different off-campus learning centers, and I can talk about his performance in those later. So that's briefly a summary of some of his academic. I do want to highlight some of his psychiatric evals and follow-up over time because they kind of parallel this summary of his schooling that I'll talk to you about. So again, early on, he was diagnosed at a very young age, around 6, with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. This was even potentially considered at age 3.5, but at 6, he started on medications for that. And that was the diagnosis through multiple child and adolescent psychiatrists, through counselors, through people from Henderson Behavioral Health, through school psychologists. There were times when he was in the 3rd grade. He also was noted to have anxiety, and that was described in the Henderson behavioral records. But it was around the same time that they were concerned about the Strattera medicine maybe also causing some anxiety and agitation. But he did have some anxiety and worries noted, certainly in early and middle school as well. The other diagnoses that were considered by the psychiatrist was conduct disorder. That was noted by at least 1 or 2 of the psychiatrists that evaluated him. It was noted by the Henderson behavioral counselor and by a subsequent evaluator and his pediatrician. So there were multiple evaluators who felt that that was also an appropriate diagnosis. And then finally, there was a consideration. It's called a rule out for a pervasive developmental disorder, not otherwise specified. And what that means is the person may have some characteristics of a pervasive developmental disorder, such as problems communicating, problems with special or repetitive interest, but they don't really meet the full criteria for something known as, for example, autistic spectrum disorder. And on Tuesday when I talked to you, I gave you some of the more obvious examples that people think of when they think of autism: lack of eye contact or not using nonverbal communication. But there are certainly more subtle signs, and so that doesn't in and of itself represent autism at all. But when he was evaluated by the child psychiatrist, and that was a consideration, they did not think that he did meet the criteria for autism, though it was repeatedly noted that he had impaired or they had problems with social skills. And so that was noted in most of the child psychiatrist records. The last child psychiatrist to see him prior to the shooting on February the 14th, 2018 was Brett Nagin. He saw him and was going to start another medication to help with some of the mood changes and the irritability, and it's unclear if he actually ever took it or not, but it was prescribed, and then there was no further follow-up with that psychiatrist. So if I had to sum up all of that, I would say he had a long history of ADHD. He had conduct disorder repeatedly noted in the record. He was evaluated for learning disabilities, and certainly he had learning disabilities more prominent when he was younger. He was noted to academically improve or have the capacity over time, and that was true also for his IQ. And although there was a mention in early records of obsessive compulsive disorder, the records did not actually establish the criteria for that. So I think that sums up most of the records.
Okay, and what was your observations about the defendant's suggestibility?
So in my interview, there's certain ways that you can look to see if a person may be overly suggestible or not. One way is if you say something that is incorrect, do they correct you? Do they say, "No, doc, that's not right"? And for example, I might say, on more than one occasion, Walmarts, and it was Walgreens, and he would not be suggestible as far as taking the wrong word I said. He frequently would remind me if I had already asked him that question, and he would say, I told you that already. I didn't think he was being rude, but he was just reminding me that that question had already been asked, and so that indicated that he was aware, and he was correct. The questions had been asked. He had already told me that information. And so I thought if I got something wrong, if I had a question that he didn't understand, he could ask me about it. He wouldn't necessarily answer it. If it was a wrong, he would correct me. So he did not appear to be suggestible in my interview.
Okay, and what did you determine from his prior treatment and interventions?
Right, so he had a host of interventions throughout his life. So even early on, starting in preschool and forward, he was, as I mentioned, in sort of small classes. But he also had in-home interventions and extensive in-home interventions. People would come out primarily from Henderson Behavioral Health and do behavioral therapy. You might have tokens that were given, for good behavior. Treatment specifically related to coping with stress or trying to lessen impulsive reactions. So stop and think method, for example. Breathing exercises, for example. He had medication therapy throughout, treated by psychiatrists. He had at-school counseling with different counselors, and that included John Noonan, who was his counselor at school, doing family therapy really throughout much of the elementary school. He also had a psychologist, Dr. Kravitz, who saw the family as well, off and on. And that Henderson Behavioral Health continued really through about the 11th grade. In the 11th grade, after he had a fight at school and there were some concerns about his behavior, he ultimately elected not to continue further with Henderson Behavioral Health. So he had family therapy, individual therapy, small group at home, in-school counseling, parent advocacy training, medication treatment throughout, and he even had in the community where the counselors would suggest that he do some type of community work. So be it work at the YMCA or perhaps at a park. So he had multiple wraparound interventions.
Okay. Your review, did you make a determination about the defendant's ability to control his behavior?
Yes. So I went through the records really, again, starting from pre-K all the way up to the time of the crime, and you see a mixed picture, which is what I described earlier. He did certainly have times where he was impulsive in his reaction to others and had impulsivity. And again, that is a characteristic of conduct disorder and antisocial personality disorder. But he also demonstrated the ability to control his behavior at different times when he wanted to. Some of this you can note as early as the first grade. So there's one note by his first grade teacher that talks about how they're trying to ask him to move or do something, and he didn't comply. But they had a school resource officer. His name was Officer, I think, Cushell. And when he came, he immediately did comply. And this sort of on and off again ability to control the behavior when he wanted to, you see also, for example, in the 7th grade, he's at West Glades now. He has an ESE counselor who's helping him. And at one point, the ESE counselor is saying, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but Nicholas, why are you doing these things in class, and why are you acting out or behaving in this way? And she said, you don't do this in the 4th grade period. And he goes, well, that teacher's strict, and she won't let me get away with it, or she doesn't let students get away with anything. So again, it's an example of being able to control the behavior at times, even if he had impulsive acts at other times. When he went into the 8th grade, he had a teacher, Miss Jean, and she did document a lot of his different behaviors and how he'd behave when people would come in the room, in addition to when she was teaching. And there was a vice principal, his name was Mr. Lindsay, and he would come in sometimes for support and to observe. And when Mr. Lindsay would come into the room, Nicholas would have no behavioral difficulties, even if around the time before and after he might, indicating he had the ability to control at that time, but he didn't. And then there's one example, Ms. John documents in the records, where the vice principal came in the room. He left after about 15 minutes, and then Nicholas, said, "I'm glad he's gone," and had some other comments negative about the vice principal, and the behaviors then ultimately resumed. As he got older, after he left Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, he was on his own going to the off-campus learning center classes, and he at times was taking transportation, such as the bus there. He also got a job in December of 2016 at the Dollar Tree, and one of his primary job duty was as a cashier there. And so he's working at the Dollar Tree. A range of different people come in, and he was noted to have no behavioral difficulties in the evaluations of him. He reacted and interacted with a range of people that came into the store, and he was noted to control his behavior throughout. So although he may have some impulsive behaviors noted in the record, he also showed the ability to control his behavior at different times.
Both in and out of school?
Both in and out of school.
And what about, you mentioned something about his academic performance. Could you go in more detail about how that relates to what you described?
Right. So one of the distinguishing factors from the intellectual performance and fetal alcohol spectrum disorders and other disorders such as attention deficit disorder and to some degree other neurodevelopmental disorders is their trajectory, meaning how do they do over time. And when you look at the literature on individuals with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, typically they're described to kind of plateau, which means kind of just go to a baseline around age 12 or 13. And their executive functioning and some of their social and control issues typically don't improve over time, in contrast to attention deficit disorder, which can improve over time. About 50% will have a lessening of symptoms. And so when you look again at his academic performance, he, in contrast to what is written about fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, improved over time academically. His IQ is noted again to improve from the 77 to 93, but also his grades improved to the point where when he was at Cross Creek in that first year at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, he was on the honor rolls doing very well. So I think academically, for me, that helped distinguish a very different trajectory than what you would expect if someone did have the kind of brain deficits described for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder.
Dr. Scott, what is your experience with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder? And I'm including in that, it's an umbrella, the neurological development disorder due to prenatal alcohol exposure, and also, which is NDPAE, and also alcohol-related neurodevelopment disorder, ARND.
Sure. So even in both medical school and my internship, we were aware that alcohol could have impact on the fetus if consumed during pregnancy. And so working through OB/GYN and pediatric rotations, we would certainly screen the mother's history to look at exposure, certainly screen for some of the classic physical signs of fetal alcohol syndrome. And then when I went into my child psychiatry training at UCSF, I worked in a developmental disabilities clinic evaluating for potential causes of developmental delays, also looking at potential autism, Asperger's syndrome, fetal alcohol syndrome, attention deficit disorder, or other causes medically of a neurodevelopmental disorder delay. And so I've mentioned some of the differences and how you try to distinguish between the group. Like I said earlier today, autism is on a spectrum, and you can have many subtle signs and symptoms of it. You don't necessarily have to have the poor eye contact or the lack of social reciprocity. So there's a range of other things that you examine and look at. In my opinion, looking at his history over time, he did not meet the other criteria for autism. For fetal alcohol syndrome, again, you're looking at what does the literature show about how they do over time. And a couple of things that are important when you're making this distinction, and I appreciate it's an important distinction in this case. So is this pattern more consistent with fetal alcohol syndrome or attention deficit disorder, conduct disorder, and or antisocial personality disorder? What are the 2 or 3 things you'd look at? One we've mentioned, and that is, did the person's academic performance plateau around age 12, 13, or did their executive functioning improve over time? His improved over time. Secondly, fetal alcohol syndrome does have impulsive aggression associated with it. That is a characteristic feature where they may have kind of impulsive acts. And he certainly had impulsive aggression and impulsivity. One thing that is not described, however, for fetal alcohol syndrome is the ability, as you'll see coming up to the crime, to have planned, premeditated, organized aggression. That's not a characteristic typically of fetal alcohol syndrome, although it is written that impulsive aggression is. What is characteristic of more planned predatory aggression? Conduct disorder and antisocial personality disorder. And remember, impulsivity is characteristic also of folks with antisocial personality disorder, and it's also characteristic of fetal alcohol syndrome. So it's not one or the other, but you have to look at, if you look at all the evidence, what's more true or characteristic of the long-term kind of lifespan of this individual. And again, the kind of planned, premeditated types of aggression are not characteristic of fetal alcohol syndrome, but are for ASPD.
Meaning antisocial personality disorder.
Yes, meaning antisocial personality disorder.
Okay. In your career, Dr. Scott, how many people have you evaluated for FASD, ARND, or NDPE?
When you put all of those together in one large group, including attention deficit disorder, probably in the hundreds if not thousands if you combine all of them.
Okay. So did you consider FASD or NDPE or ARND in this case?
Yeah, I carefully considered that. Again, I looked at, as we talked about on Tuesday, the birth records. There's mixed evidence in those about how much exposure, although I realize there are witnesses now that have come forth and described a significant more amount of exposure than the birth records did. I looked at the academic records and performance. I looked at the type of aggression that evolved over time. And I looked at, again, the improvement in executive functioning over time. And in my opinion, those are better accounted for by antisocial personality disorder and to some degree borderline personality disorder.
And that's why you considered it but felt that that wasn't applicable.
Yes. His trajectory of improving academic and executive functioning is in contrast to what's been written and described for individuals with fetal alcohol syndrome, who are described as plateauing with their executive functioning around age 12 or 13. His had the opposite pathway. He improved.
Does NDPE or ARND or FASD, the whole spectrum, does that cause someone to murder people?
No. I mean, if you had that theory and said individuals with fetal alcohol syndrome, i.e. were then murderers, then you would, based on the reported numbers of folks with fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, you would see a rash of homicides and murders much, much higher than you could expect. What is known to be associated with an increased violence, particularly premeditated aggression and violence, is antisocial personality disorder and conduct disorder.
Could you please, you mentioned it, predatory aggressiveness and impulsive aggressiveness. Could you describe the difference?
Yes, it's an important difference, and again, people can have both. An impulsive aggression might be, let's say, you're walking into the local mall and someone bumps up against you, and you're the kind of person, or the personality, this is just one example, where that might kind of irritate you, you might feel disrespected, and then you turn around and hit the person. You didn't have much time to plan that aggression, obviously. You didn't know the person. So that would be one example of kind of an impulsive, aggressive act. If you're offended by something, if you don't want to do something, you may yell out, throw something. That could be impulsive aggression. In contrast, predatory or planned aggression typically involves some thinking about what you're going to do in advance. Impulsive, you have little time to reflect on your actions versus planning. So if, for example, a person does research about what they want to do, if they learn and gather more information to improve what they want to do, if they choose a particular time, if they choose a particular weapon, or a particular target, location, place, this is all an example of not quickly reacting on a moment's notice, but planned premeditated aggression. And again, that's not characteristic of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, but it is characteristic of antisocial personality disorder. And I want to emphasize that you can have both with ASPD. So just because you have impulsive aggression does not mean you can't also have planned aggression. I've worked in prisons for many years and in jails, and so you can have inmates who impulsively aggress upon others, but they also can plan a burglary or a crime, for example. It's not uncommon to have both.
And you mentioned the DSM-5-TR. Could you explain to us, in the back of the DSM-5-TR, it talks about conditions for further study. What does that mean?
Right. So there is, in every volume of our diagnostic and statistical manual, there are conditions that have been suggested that might be a mental disorder, but there are not yet enough research or evidence to include it in the manual where you would make that diagnosis. So it's in a section called Conditions for Further Study. And basically it says the evidence has not been reached, nor is there a consensus yet that it should be a primary mental disorder that would be diagnosed by psychiatrists, psychologists, or other people that use the DSM.
Okay, and NDPAE is under conditions for further study, correct?
It is under the conditions for further study. I think it's the neurobehavioral disorder associated with fetal alcohol.
Okay. And what does it say? I think it's page 903 that talks about how you should consider conditions for further study.
Right. So I'll just read their language. It says that these criteria sets are presented for conditions on which future research is encouraged. It is hoped that such research will allow the field to better understand these conditions and inform future decisions about possible placement in the forthcoming editions. And again, it says the specific items, thresholds, and durations contained in these research sets were set by expert consensus, and it gives some examples of expert consensus. And it says they're intended to provide a common language for researchers and clinicians who are interested in studying these disorders. But ultimately, the task force determined there was insufficient evidence to warrant inclusion of these proposals as an official mental disorder.
Okay, Dr. Scott, now, did you review the defendant's social media?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I want to show you now State's Exhibit 437. 441, 442, and 443 that has been introduced in evidence by Detective Masters as to the defendant's social media, and I'll show you those exhibits, Dr. Scott. And have you seen those before?
Yes, I have.
And when you reviewed them, did they help you in reaching your analysis?
Very much so.
And could you tell us why?
There's a range of comments that Mr. Cruz makes that's very relevant to the shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas and his planning related to that. And maybe I can give you some examples from some of the YouTube comments that illustrate what I'm talking about. So one of the comments is describing his interest in general in killing people. So on September the 2nd, for example, he writes, "I just want to kill people." And there are a lot of different examples. He does, on September the 18th, 2017, say, "The last part makes me scared. What happens when I have no one? I'm 18, still in high school, and everyone is on their way to college, while I am there thinking about killing people and ending their lives. I have my life and want to take people with me." So we're seeing some comments even prior to his mother passing away, and this is in September 2017, prior to his mother dying, but also obviously months prior to the shooting. He continues on September 22nd, 2017, says, "I effing hate human beings." And then on September the 24th, 2017, so 9/24/2017, that may be his birthday actually, he says, "I'm going to be a professional school shooter." It goes on, September 28th, 2017, "My life sucks. I failed high school. I'm going to go on a killing rampage." October 10th, 2017, "I'm going to kill a lot of effing people. I hate you all after what happened in Las Vegas." And you may remember there was that large mass shooting from a Vegas hotel room where people were at like a country concert below, and many people got killed. October 10th, 2017, "I have no problem shooting a girl in the chest," indicating that's a comment that he thought about it.
Object at this point. These have all already been read into the record.
Okay, they're in evidence, overruled.
October 13th, 2017, "I hate everyone and everything. I often go into a bad part of town and make a sniper nest and kill people. Just don't give an F about life." And when we get into January of 2018, there's several, I'm reading 4, but I'll just give a couple for interest of time, that "I want to kill a shit ton of people and murder children." That was on January 17th, 2018. And again, a similar comment that same day, "I want to kill people." And that's on January 30th, 2018, "I hate people." So now we've talked a lot about impulsive aggression when he was younger and in Westglades, but now we're moving into this completely separate category of planned or premeditated aggression. So you can look at these YouTube comments and say, if someone thinks about killing people for over 6 months, if not longer, is that an impulsive act? Or is that likely a more planned act or more premeditated act? He has similar comments on another YouTube document that I have that talks about even as early as July of 2017. So it even pushes the thinking about this much further back, that he's going to think about killing people. On July 4th, 2017, he says, "On the night of my massacre, you're not forgotten, Elliot. May you rest in peace," or RIP. Elliot was someone in California who did shooting of others, then ultimately killed himself. On July 4th, he talked about It makes him happy to see people die. He wants to see the family suffer. He wants to kill people. And again, there are multiple other examples of him thinking about this. I'm moving to another set of YouTube comments, again back in July. This is July 17th, 2017. And he's talking about, on YouTube, he's making a comment. I don't have what he was watching, but it says, they did pretty good, should have killed more people. It's more of a two-shot to confirm a kill. It's called double tap. If they would have done it, there would have been more like a 36 kill count, like what happened in McDonald's. This is in reference to there was a McDonald's shooting. But pretty good in all with the weapons they had to. So he's referencing something known as double tap, meaning that you might have 2 shots to kill. He does talk about wanting to join the Army, which is something that had been noted in the Jrtc records, and he posts why he wants to join the Army on July 26, 2017. He writes, I want to join the Army for the chance to kill people and in life. I'm just trying to manage the language on one of these. I don't think I can. I'll skip to another one. On July 31st, 2017, he says, I already see my future nothing but loneliness. I wish to keep something in the history books, like Eric and Dylan. Eric and Dylan were the Columbine shooters. And then he'll say, you'll hear me on the news in 2020, he says at that time. And he goes on in July and September to talk about killing or shooting people as well on the post. And then the last few I might just highlight, and won't necessarily read all of them, but October the 31st, 2017, he writes, it's over. My time is almost here. F all of you. F all of you. I hope I kill all. In October 23rd, 2017, he talks about he hates people in general, and that I'm a mass murderer with interesting thoughts of death and destruction. What you learn from these is not just that he was posting things on YouTube, it's actually a window into what he thinks and feels and thinks about, and he's posting that. And so he's thinking about killing people. He's thinking about school shooters. He's thinking about, for a long time, being a professional school shooter. And that's what he's telling people who read his YouTube comments.
He makes racial comments. Did you review those?
I did. These particular exhibits did not include the racial comments.
Let's see, let's go there. Let me show you State's Exhibit Mark 493. Used in evidence. Sorry, Doctor.
I did.
How do those racial comments bear into your analysis?
So again, a couple of ways. One is some of the racial comments that are admitted into evidence, at least in this document, start prior to his mother's death. So I have starting on September 17th, 2017. And also the racial comments, he's described to others, for example, that when he puts swastika on something, it might be for attention, but it may also represent a symbol of peace and an Indian symbol of peace. And so that's how he understood and understands what a swastika is. So you can go through his searches, and so he's searching for Nazi flag, search for Hitler birthday, search for swastika tattoo. So it would indicate that he's aware of the negative or how people could perceive the swastika. And so when he puts that, for example, on his book bag with a word effing N-word or I hate or whatever the exact language was, he's putting that not in a peaceful context, but I think most people would say a non-peaceful context. He also has searches about certain minorities, people of color. One of his searches is I hate, and then the N-word, and then he searched for a song called Johnny Rebel, N-word, hating me, and so these are lyrics that are very discriminatory from that song, and he's searching for those. And so should there be a description, well, if I put the N-word or something on my backpack, I'm just doing that for positive. I really don't feel that way about people. These searches are contrast to that.
Okay. And how about searches for the girls?
Right, and so there were a few more that kind of combine other aspects of the racial, and then I'll get to the girls. So he did talk about as early as July 4th, 2017, I can't wait to kill black people and rape a girl. You N-words are nothing but absolute garbage. I wish you would disappear. Nazi party will rise again. There's a YouTube comment on August the 11th, 2017, and although this isn't specific to race, I think it is specific to his mixed views about his mother and, again, that lack of remorse prior to the crime. So it's around this time that, and you may have recall I mentioned on Tuesday, that Nicholas was in the car with his mother and he hit her in the face. And there's a posting around this time frame that says, PSSHH, I punch my mom, dumb bitch, I say. So if there's a reported lack of remorse, posting publicly that you'd hit your mom and she's a dumb bitch is really not consistent with how individuals with autism or fetal alcohol syndrome think and describe their mom. It is consistent with antisocial personality disorder, and it continues on October 21st, 2017. Women are evil. They can take care of themselves. They're less important than a dog. So that reflected some of his views of women on those posts.
So the comments about the swastikas and the posting about them and the Nazi flag and the comments about black people and the comments about hitting his mother, how do they form or help you to form, or do they, your opinion about antisocial personality disorder?
They do help me to form my opinion for antisocial personality disorder. Again, these are how folks with antisocial personality disorder, many view the world. And so they disparage others. They have lack of remorse about harming or hurting other people. But this isn't characteristic typically of individuals with an autistic spectrum disorder or fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, but it's very characteristic of kind of the mindset that you see with antisocial personality disorder. And some of the drawings that we may come to even early on in Westglades Middle School, in Miss Carry-On's classroom, he would draw pictures of people shooting each other. So these go back in as far as the 8th grade, and a lot of sort of sexualized drawings as well on some of the different postings that he had. So this just didn't develop in the months or year before, but there is noted as far back to the 7th or 8th grade.
How about the comments in his social media about killing animals?
He had comments in two areas, one about killing animals, but the one I hadn't gotten to yet was issues related to interest in young girls. And so Again, these predate the loss of his mother. So on August 18th, 2017, one of his searches was search for girls naked in the shower. Also searched that same day for little girl's chest. On September the 29th, 2017, search for little girls, P-word. January the 7th, 2018, search for little teen porn. January the 31st, 2018, search for underage girls. And so he described to me that he did not have an interest or an attraction to young girls in my evaluation, but the internet searches do indicate that he was looking for those pictures. And then finally...
And how do they relate to antisocial personality disorder?
I'm going to go back to, so I stick to just the ones in evidence. So certainly he may have other deviant interest in addition to thoughts of violence or harms or shooting or killing other people. This does raise the issue of, does he have sexually deviant interest in addition? And so you can see with antisocial personality disorder, they can develop different kinds of thoughts and feelings that are sexually deviant as well.
Okay, so that's part of antisocial personality.
It can be.
Yeah. How about animals? Killing of animals?
Yes, so Nicholas also posted about his view of animals. And so again, September 17th, 2017, you people should blame yourself, laughing out loud. We kill animals every day. I am glad animals die. It makes me happy. September 23rd, 2017, I effing shoot it to death. I hate animals and humans. September 27th, 2017, I killed 12 cats. And October 19th, 2017, I hate people and I hate animals. So again, we talked about not liking animals or some cruelty to animals, but his postings also show his thoughts about and towards animals.
Okay, and how does his social media relate to the murders on February the 14th, 2018?
I would say they strongly relate to the murders because this indicates that he had great interest for months in advance. And so there's almost what we call a cognitive rehearsal, meaning that if you read about school shootings, if you post about it, that you have described and anticipated what your interest is, what you're going to do, and it's not impulsive. You thought about it. You post about it for, 8, 9, 10 months. And again, it's not an impulsive, quick thought. It shows what you're thinking and you're posting. What is your intent?
Okay, and did when you interviewed the defendant, did you talk about when his interest in mass murders began?
Yes. He had an interest in mass murders he would describe as early as Westglades. He talked about during that time frame, he may have read in a book about the Columbine shootings, and so he began to explore more. And over time, he did a series of school shooting searches as well, not just related to mass shootings, but there were numerous related to shootings at different locations.
Okay, and I want to show this clip, 8B, about when he first became interested in mass shootings. Aaron, if you could.
And so you shared with me that you had this thought about shooting up the school.
For a very long time.
When did it first, and we talked about this earlier this morning, but when did the idea first pop in your mind or you first think about it?
14, 13.
Age 13 or 14?
Yeah.
And what was it at age 13 or 14 again that this thought came up? Was it when you were reading the books that we were talking?
Yeah, reading the books.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Did it ever go away, or did it kind of come and go?
Come and go, pop up in my mind one time and then just disappear for the next.
What seemed to make it come and what seemed to make it go?
When I saw violent videos on YouTube.
Okay, what kind of violent videos did you see?
War videos. Just hearing war videos.
And did that make it more go up or more go down?
More go up.
Okay.
And then I watched documentaries.
Okay, what kind of documentaries?
Columbine Massacre documentary.
Right.
I think it was 42 hours or something.
Uh-huh.
There was another one, same thing, but with Virginia Tech.
With Virginia Tech?
Yeah, Virginia Tech. And there was one on Elliot Rogers.
Okay, and did he give you any details about what he got from watching the mass murders?
Yes, he would explain that he learned several things. One, he learned about the weapons that they used. He learns what may be called tactical type moves. So how to watch your corners, for example. So he explained and described what that meant. So if someone's coming around or behind you in the corner, how to watch so that can also help you complete your shootings. He talked about different strategies about entering quickly if you want to accomplish your goal, and maybe how to exit. And he described different types of ammunition to me that could be used. And at times he described during the interview his knowledge of how long it might take the police to get to a school, the limited time you might have to accomplish shooting as many people as you wanted to shoot, and moving into the shooting itself, he talked in much more detail about the preparation.
Okay. And I'd like to play clip 8C, Aaron, please.
Do you remember if you ever kind of searched out on the internet ways to do a school shooting? Yes.
I did my own research.
Yeah, tell me what research you did.
I looked up on Wikipedia. I studied mass murderers and how they did it, like their plans and what they got and what they used. And
what did you learn from that kind of study?
I learned that the Columbine shooters, they had 3 guns that they used. They used High Point 9995, regular. They used a double barrel shotgun cut down, pistol grip. They used another shotgun, and they used a Tech 9. I learned that from there. I learned Virginia Tech shooter. He had a tactical vest, and he had 2 pistols, Glock 9s, I think. I can't remember. I don't remember what brand, but he went to the gun range and he sighted them in. Okay. And I learned about Aurora Borealis. Guy used a Smith & Wesson MP1542. And how I know he used it, it doesn't even say on Wikipedia, but it actually shows the brand on the police documents.
Okay. And so you figured that out,
yeah,
what he used?
Yeah.
And when you said Aurora Borealis?
Movie theater shooting in Colorado.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
James Holmes? Yeah.
Yeah. All right, and were there any lessons you learned? I mean, those are sort of the facts of what they did. Did you learn anything from reading those facts?
Yeah, they watched the corners. They kept the distance away from people. And they went in as fast as possible.
Okay.
And the police didn't do anything.
And what did all that mean to you as far as what you're thinking about?
My thinking is if I do go on school campus, the police are not going to do anything, and I have a small opportunity to shoot people for maybe 20 minutes.
Okay, and I want to show you now State's Exhibit 444, 440, 439, and 438. Dr. Scott, and ask you, you recognize that? That's the social media.
Yes.
Okay, and is that what you were describing, various shootings that he told you he researched on the internet?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you, you mentioned Carrie Yon's records.
Yes.
So I want to show you, Dr. Scott, Counsel, I showed it to you. It's pages 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 58, 148, 112, 125, 124, and 139. I ask you, Dr. Scott, have you reviewed these documents?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And how did those documents from Carrie on aid you in forming your opinion?
I would say two key areas. One is this is during mostly the 8th grade period, but some of the 7th grade period, but mostly the 8th grade, her behavior log. And it establishes many of the conduct disorder criteria we talked about on Tuesday. And I gave you several examples from her records and behavior log about that. But it also establishes that he was starting to have these interests in guns and shooting and violence as early as the 8th grade. And it also indicates that he's having some preoccupation with what could be called inappropriate sexual pictures that are being drawn on his homework. And so she records that he has some stick figures, for example, shooting each other. So there's this interest as depicted in his own drawings about people killing each other. As another therapist during this time had described that he had dreams of blood, but it was dreams of blood after killing people. So he had these kind of dreams, and this is reflected subsequently on some of the drawings and work that he does. Even if a topic was brought up, for example, about the killing of President Lincoln, he would ask questions such as, was there blood everywhere? What did they do with the bodies? Did people eat them? This sort of thing. So this sort of fascination with guns and blood, and this is reflected in multiple different examples throughout. And in one of the notes, she describes that when security was called for some of his behaviors, he would state, "I hate security, I hope they die." He'll kind of give him the F word. He has a lot of problematic behaviors, and again, a lot of these drawings, inappropriate violence and aggression on the different works that he was turning in.
Okay. So you mentioned planning. So how does planning come into your analysis, your final diagnosis of antisocial personality and borderline personality?
Right. So I think it kind of can focus on a couple of things, because I know fetal alcohol spectrum disorder has been raised as a concern, as an issue. And so you're looking at, to what degree, again, was this sort of, a quick trigger, impulsive, not thought out or planned, or is it more planned out for months and thought about it for months and secured the necessary weapon and ammunition for a substantial period of time? And that would be much more characteristic of antisocial personality disorder. Again, you can have both, impulsive and predatory, but was this crime primarily a crime that was planned out and thought about, or was it primarily a crime that happened off the cuff, or it was impulsive? And in my opinion, the evidence is extremely strong that this was planned, premeditated, thought out. If you go through the searches, he learned and understood various school shooters, what happened to them, how much time it would take for the police to get there, for example, out of school, how to negotiate different aspects of the shooting. maybe once it started, which weapons were best. So he had a lot of planning and thought behind this. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. This had been thought out for months.
Okay. I'd like to play, with reference to the planning, you discussed it with him?
Yes.
All right, Aaron, if you mind, clip 11B, please.
The night before, you're at the Sneeds. You're in their backyard for 30 minutes to an hour with the AR-15. You come back. What are you even wearing the night before? Do you remember what you were wearing the night before?
My Jrtc polo shirt and khaki pants.
Yeah. Why are you wearing your Jrtc polo shirt?
To disguise myself if I do go in.
Okay.
Because if I had all that gear on there, they would have called cops and held me in that.
And then you're wearing khakis?
Yeah.
And were you wearing the same thing the night before as you were wearing the day of? Or did y'all change clothes? Or?
No, I changed clothes.
Okay.
I was wearing, before the day of the shooting, I was wearing a sweater, my camouflage shirt, my beanie.
This is the night before?
Yeah, like I told you, I used to cover myself.
Yeah,
like,
you did.
Yeah.
So when did you put on the Jrtc polo shirt?
Probably around 12 o'clock midnight, after I sighted my rifle.
Okay. And again, you put on that shirt because?
To disguise myself so I don't draw attention.
Okay. Is it, I mean, you hadn't been there in a year or so, but is that kind of the same shirt they have for the most part, you think?
Almost every kid in Jrtc had that shirt.
Okay.
And 9B, please, Aaron.
So I'm talking about the days leading up to the school shooting. You were telling
Yeah,
me.
I already had the magazines. I had all the ammunition. It was just there.
So it was already there.
It was already there. I just didn't have anything to do with it.
So nothing special. You had to go out and buy it a couple days beforehand. Okay, you already had it.
Already had it. It was just the ammunition that I didn't have. So.
Okay, and so one thing is you had this vest and you put the ammo in. What else did you do?
I put the gun in one of the safety bags, gun bags.
Yeah, tell me what a safety bag looks like. I haven't seen
It kind of looks like that right there.
Okay.
See that red one? Yeah.
Yeah, when'd you put the gun in the safety bag?
The night prior, right
Okay.
after I practiced a little bit, sighted in.
Yeah, and where'd you go to practice again? You told me.
In the backyard, I
In the
pretend,
backyard.
like trying to imagine the recoil.
Yeah, that's right. That was at the Sneed's house. They had a
Yeah.
place outside you could do that.
Yeah.
And you said you were figuring out the recoil?
Yeah.
Recoil.
Recoil.
Okay. And so the night before, the gun went into the bag? And did anything else go into that bag? It was like a gun bag? What else?
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, just the gun.
Just the gun.
And whatever was on the gun.
And what was on the gun?
A grip, tactical grip.
What's that?
It's like, I can draw it.
Okay, you're good at drawing. There you go.
Okay, and then give me the pen again.
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you all the components I put.
Yeah. Just tell me about what a technical grip is.
So I had a rail system on it, so it looked kind of different. And you could put a tactical grip on it. It's just a grip. So you basically screw it into the gun
What's the point of having...
to keep it steady.
Okay.
And then same thing with the bipod. Bipod kind of looked like that a little bit.
All right. But you didn't use a bipod, did you?
That was already on the gun. I did.
It was already on it.
Yeah.
Okay, and so...
Everything. And yeah, that's about it. That was on the gun. Oh, and what was it? The sling.
Okay, so what's the... You can hand me that back. Was the tactical grip already on the gun, or did you put it on the night before, or...
That was already on there
It'd
for a
been on-
while.
For a while. And the sling was on there
Yeah,
as well?
I just recently put on the bipod.
Okay. And so when you had this, the bipod was actually on the gun when you put it into the gun bag?
Yeah.
Okay. And so that's the night before. About what time of night are we talking about?
Well, early morning, really.
Yeah, it might have even...
Yeah, I didn't get any sleep.
Okay. So this is on February the 14th, early morning?
8 or 9.
8 or 9 in the morning?
Not 8 or 9. No, it was 5:30.
Maybe
5:30. And I sighted in at around 12 o'clock in the night.
The night before? Like on the 13th, or like midnight, you mean?
Yeah, midnight, yeah.
Tell me what sight it in means again.
Sighting in
Yeah, sighting in. What does that mean?
to get the bullet on target where you want to shoot at.
Okay.
So you have to look at the rear front sight and then put the laser on top.
How long does it take to do that?
Can I try?
Sure. Just I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I'm trying to make you understand.
Yeah, you're good. You're helping.
Okay. So here's like this. This is the front sight. This is what it looks like on the AR. So this is a rear sight, the circle thing, and this is a front sight.
Okay.
And you want to put the laser just a little bit right above it. That's your point of aim. And so this is what it kind of looks like when you're shooting a target. Kind of like that.
Okay. How does that laser? How does the sight? How does that help you in your shooting?
So when it's in the gun, it's stabilized.
Okay.
So wherever the red dot goes is your point of aim, because that's where the bullet's going to come out
Okay.
of the gun, and that's how you sight it in.
All right. Does it help in any way with the shooting?
Yeah. So right after you take it out, put a bullet in, and then you actually fire, see if it actually shoots on. Where you just sight in the target where the red dot is, and there you go.
Okay. All right. All right. So that was the sighting. How long does it take you to do the sighting the night before? About how long? You told me earlier yesterday.
I think it was about like 30 minutes to an
About
hour.
30 minutes. 30 minutes to an hour. Okay.
And Dr. Scott, what's executive function?
Yeah, so executive functioning is the ability to plan and think ahead. I mean, that's sort of a simple explanation for it. And so you can research, for example. You can remember what you learned from your research, and then you can plan an action and then enact the action. So it involves a wide range of thinking skills, but it is planning and organizing in order to implement a desired act.
Okay. And did you review the defendant's cell phone videos?
I reviewed his cell phone videos, and I reviewed other searches even in advance of the cell phone videos as well. One of the searches that he was looking for in advance of that day was how long does it take to get to Marjory Stoneman Douglas, or the school map, the bell schedule, the alarm schedule. He searched for Marjory Stoneman Douglas in particular. So he had gathered information specific to Marjory Stoneman Douglas through his searches as well. And then I also looked at school records close in time. He was going to Off-Campus Learning Center. And in January, I was able to review his grades and how he was doing. He was taking some classes there, going up to 4 hours or so a day. And he scored 100% on some of the classwork. There was one course on violence and guns, and he did make 100% on that course as well, indicating that he at least had taken a course and did well on that course.
Okay, so did the cell phone videos the defendant made help you in your analysis and your diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder?
Very much so, yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to play State's Exhibits 474, 475, and 473.
Okay, before you do that, I think this is probably a good time to take a 10-minute recess so that everyone can use the restrooms. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case among yourselves. Please leave your notepads behind, and we'll try to keep it as close to 10 minutes as possible so we can get through the rest of this testimony. Thank you. Okay, the jurors have been excused. We're on recess for 10 minutes. line the jurors up.
Before we start, Judge, I'm going to object to the playing of these cell phone videos. Again, they've already been played based on pursuant to DMIL 12, Rule 401 and 403. It's cumulative. No need to play these again. They've already been seen.
State.
Your Honor, the doctor's going to explain why these cell phone videos are important to his analysis.
Okay, the objection's overruled.
Judge, may I ask for a sidebar?
Sure. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The jurors are present, the witness is present. Mr. Sachs, when you're ready, you may continue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I want to play State's Exhibits 473.
Okay, you may.
Thank you.
Today is the day that it all begins. The day of my massacre shall begin. All the kids in school will run in fear and hide. From the wrath of my power they will know who I am. I am nothing, I am no one. My life is nothing and meaningless. Everything that I hold dear I let go beyond your half. Every day I see the world ending another day. I live a lone life, live in seclusion and solitude. I hate everyone and everything. With the power of my AR, you will all know who I am. I had enough of being told what to do and when to do. I had enough of telling me that I'm an idiot and a dumbass. But in real life, you're all the dumbass. You're all stupid and brainwashed by these fucking political government programs. You will all see, you will all know who my name is. My love for you, Angie, will never go away. I hope to see you in the afterlife. When one day or another, you will end and we'll all die. Alright, so here's the plan. I'm gonna go take an Uber in the afternoon before 2:40. From there I'll go onto school campus, walk up the stairs, unload my bags, and get my AR and shoot people down at the main courtyard. Await, and people will die. Hello, my name is Nick, and I'm going to be the next school shooter of 2018. My goal is at least 20 people with an AR-15 and a couple tracer rounds. I think I can get done. Location is Stone Douglas in Parkland, Florida. It's going to be a big event. And when you see me on the news, you'll all know who I am. You're all going to die. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah. Can't wait.
Okay, Dr. Scott, how did those videos help you in your diagnosis?
Yeah, there are points kind of from all three videos, and I'll mention some of the key points. He clearly knew what weapon he was going to use and what he intended to do with that weapon. And that weapon is mentioned, the AR-15, in the videos. The videos were made in the days prior to the crime, not even on the morning of the crime, so there had been a good bit of time for reflection. In the first video, he describes that he understands what the likely emotional reaction will be from those he's shooting at, meaning that they'll either run in fear or run and hide, something to that effect. So he understands what shooting in a school, the impact that's going to have on others. He also understands that this will be, quote, a big event, that you'll see him on the news, that his goal is 20, and so in the days in advance, he appreciated He had the abstractive ability to know how this would be perceived in the community. It would be in the news, that you would all know him. His name would be on the news as well. He does mention a girl called Angie. He mentioned her in the video, and indicating that somehow his relationship with her will also, either through this act or crime that he committed, maybe they'll be reunited in some way. Doesn't say when in the future, but the overall presentation of him, he's calm, he's organized, he's speaking slowly, he's saying what he's going to do, how he's going to do it, he's saying where he's going to do it, he's saying what year he's going to do it, and he's saying even how he's going to get there, i.e. he's going to take an Uber. I think in the second video, he goes into more detail, showing the planning was in advance even prior to the night before, and that there'll be a bag, he'll walk up the stairs, he'll take things out of the bag. So this is well thought out as far as how he's going to get in and approach and enter the school.
Speaking about executive functioning, did you have an opportunity to review the text messages between the defendant and Jrtc Sneed and Angelique Gilmartin on the way to school?
Yes. So while he's in the Uber on the way to school, there are two different text exchanges. One is going to Angelique Gilmartin, a girl that he had hoped to perhaps go out either on Valentine's Day or date prior. She had let him know that she had a boyfriend and wasn't interested. So there's communication in the Uber, texting back and forth between the two of them. Simultaneously, there's a text exchange between another student called Jrtc Sneed, or Jameson Sneed, and they're trying to arrange, or Jameson is, maybe a party or something to do that day, and could they have girls come over or not. So these messages are coming in roughly at the same time from two different sources, and he is texting back to them messages specific to each one. So there are two groups, different texts coming in, and it's not like it's disorganized messages in return. He is having a reply to the person texting him and able to discriminate between these two different separate groups.
Does that show executive functioning?
That shows good executive functioning in the extent that he can attend to the messages coming in. He can concentrate what the messages are from the two different parties, and he can decide what message to deliver to the two different parties without mixing the two up.
Okay. And I want to really talk about executive functioning. There was a clip about, you mentioned the Uber. Did you talk to the defendant about the Uber driver?
I did talk to the defendant about his planning, and both on the night before and how he would get to school. And I think I may have mentioned that he knew the school bell system. He knew roughly what time school started and got out, where the school was located. And then for the Uber driver, he had an estimate of how long it would take to get to school. And so when he enters the Uber, he is aware that that might be a stop point if for some reason the Uber driver recognized or was concerned about something being in a large bag. And so he had previously searched out, looking for a guitar case that might be a better hiding of the weapon, but he told me it was perhaps too expensive, so he used a regular larger black case or bag. And so when he entered the car to the Uber, he expressed to her to help alleviate any potential concerns that he might be going to an orchestra or a music class. And so he had the ability calmly, even while going to school, to come up with a would-be cover story to make sure she didn't ask or didn't raise any questions.
Okay. And there's a clip on that, correct? Aaron, if you don't mind, clip 9B.
Where'd you sit in the car? The back seat?
Yeah, back seat.
Okay. And
I told her that I had musical instruments. I was in the orchestra.
okay. And how come you did that?
So I can get away with getting my guns in the car and going to the school.
And what did she say to that?
She said, okay.
Okay, and how about executive functioning when he arrived? You remember when he met with Christopher McKenna in the stairwell?
Sure. So his executive functioning from the time in the Uber, even until he entered the school, was intact. He instructed the Uber driver, for example, which gate might be more advantageous for him to enter. She took him to that gate. He entered the stairwell, and during the intercourse of being in the stairwell, in that time frame, he's getting his gun, his AR-15 ready, and he runs into a student, Christopher McKenna, who is leaving from the main hall into the stairwell. And in that interaction, he tells Christopher McKenna, "You better leave, or you better get out of here. Something bad is about to happen." So it indicates even prior to the shooting, in the moments before, he understood that there was going to be a negative outcome and expressed that to him. So he appreciated the outcome of what he was about to do.
And what was, with reference to a security guard?
Right. So he reported to me that even when he was entering the school, was left off from the gate, that he thought he saw a security officer may have seen him. And so he realized that he might have to proceed and go faster in case an alert was sent out, and it might prevent him having as much time as he needed. In my interview, he did discuss that he was aware roughly how long you had before an officer might show up, and so he understood it could be a limited period of time.
Okay. I think we have a clip on that. Clip 13B, please, Aaron.
Once you get to school, what's your next step?
Walk through the gates. Hopefully there's no security guards, which I was wrong.
So I haven't been to that school, so are there lots of gates, or how do you get it? How do you get to it?
3 gates.
Okay, and so where do they drop you off?
The front gate of the school.
Front gate. And so is your backpack, like sometimes you can wear a backpack like slump on your shoulder or something?
Yeah, it was in front. I think I was wearing it in front.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
And then what were you doing with the gun safe bag?
I was walking.
Okay. And
I think south of Homburg Road.
Okay, you're walking with it, and you have the backpack kind of on one side. And then what happened?
I went through the gates. I looked at the guy who was watching me.
Oh, there was a guy watching you?
Yeah.
Was it that
I saw him radioing, and I said, "Oh shit, I'm screwed." So I just ran into the building, and I told the kid to get out of here. I don't remember what I exactly said, but I said something.
Was the guy that you saw radioing and you said, "Oh shit, I'm screwed"? Was it remember we were talking about some other security guy? Was that that same guy?
No.
No, totally different one.
Totally different.
And so, what did you think when you saw him talking on the radio? What do you think that was about?
I thought he was gonna. I think he called Scott Peterson.
Okay. And what would that mean if he did?
Scott Peterson was coming.
Okay, and what would that mean for your plan that day?
To shoot.
Okay. And how about evidence of executive functioning when he actually got on the first floor?
Right. So the first floor is where the shootings began, and even in the day prior and the day of the shooting, prior to getting the Uber, he had taken several steps so that when he got at this point to the first floor, his plan to kill up to 20 people could be effective. So one of the things that he did, and this occurred then on the first floor, was that he had a paintball vest that had been, I think, a friend of his and he loaded it up the day before with the different magazines. And so that was then placed in the bag, the backpack with other items. And so he had different magazines. The magazines were in the vest. He had one in his pocket. As he described on the night before, he had practiced sighting the weapon and imagining the recoil, so he would be prepared. The shirt that he wore, as he described, was so that he could blend in. He also told me that he chose Valentine's Day in particular. He described how he had difficulty with Valentine's Day because he had no one to love or no one to love him. And so that was a day of his choosing. And so when he got on the first floor, what he had done the day and the night prior to really allowed him to be more effective in what he did. So he goes to the first floor, he turns, and after he loads the 10-round magazine, he starts his shooting. And he is successful in shooting several students on the first floor and also some school personnel. And he goes through and shoots through different classroom windows. He walks down the hallway. At one point, he runs out of the 10-round magazine, so he takes his backpack, I believe, off. He opens the backpack. He has the tactical vest that has the magazines in it, and then he can resume shooting, which he does. So this indicates a lot's going on, despite the noise, the sounds, the smells, everything around him. He is able to reload, put on the vest, select the magazine, continue to shoot, to continue to target individuals, approach them, and there were some individuals where he even shot a second time, even after he had shot them once. So he had goal-oriented, directed behavior throughout that first floor.
And did he tell you anything about how he thought maybe some of the victims would react to him?
He had different explanations for how he thought the victims might react. At one point in the interview, he suggested that, maybe he had hoped one would hug him. He also suggested at one point that he understood that they might have fear or run from him in general, as described on the cell phone video. And so he had different thoughts about that.
Okay. We have a clip. Aaron, please, 22.
On the other side, and I was walking, and then I saw two girls. I shot them. Three. I shot three. No, three. Okay, and then I shot Peter Wing and that girl by the stairwell.
Okay.
Yeah. I think his name was Peter Wong or something. I can't remember.
Yeah,
I only recently found out what was name.
Yeah, and so the first person you shot, remind me what that was like and how you were able to, how you did that.
Scary. Oh, shit. I thought they would scream. That's more like they passed out.
Okay.
Passed out and blood just came out, pouring out of their head.
Okay.
It was really nasty and sad to see.
Okay. And did he discuss with you, or did you make a determination on the third floor of the teacher's lounge about executive functioning?
Yes. So after he went through the second floor, he couldn't, as he describes, find anyone to shoot in the second floor. So he was aware that his actions wouldn't fulfill his goal. So he left there and then went to the third floor to search for other individuals. So after he finished his shooting on the third floor, he went into the teacher's lounge. And in the teacher's lounge, he described that he attempted to shoot out the windows towards kind of a courtyard or an outside area of the school where he could target other students. But he was unsuccessful in having the window through the gunshots crack, or that didn't work. So he was unable to shoot from that third floor window.
And how did that exhibit to you executive functioning?
So He realized at the time that if he were going to shoot other students, and if there were none, either on the second or he didn't have any that he could find or left on the third floor, that as he described in his cell phone video, that he could shoot from above, shoot down, have targets there, and so he's thinking and changing his executive set of what to do next when he's no longer shooting inside the school. He's now shifting to, how can I shoot outside the school?
Okay, and we have Aaron, clips 20 and 21, please.
And then you were describing to me yesterday that at some point you decided, did you leave the gun there?
No, I went out. I think I tossed the gun on the ground.
On the third floor or something?
Yeah, I think I stopped on it first and then I kicked and I went to the side.
And tell me again, how come you stopped at that moment?
I couldn't find anyone to kill.
How come? I didn't know if kids were in the classroom or not, or?
I didn't know. I just I didn't want to do it anymore, and I didn't think anyone else was in the building.
Okay. Yesterday you were
Yeah, I told you I had to trap them and everything from the window that I was shooting at.
Yeah. I was going to ask about the window. Could you see? I think you told me.
Yeah, I could see I could see the football field, and then I could see off to the side a little bit.
Could you see any kids at all or not?
Yeah, there was 300 to 400 yards. I saw 800 yards.
Okay.
I can't remember the yardage.
And did the window ever crack at all?
Yeah, there was bullet holes in it.
Okay. And I don't know how big an AR-15 sort of tip is.
It really is the bullet inside, and not so much the barrel. The barrel doesn't have anything to do with it. It's the bullet. So however big the bullet is, that hole is going to be the same size.
Okay. And did you ever try to fire through the bullet hole, or what happened there?
I tried. It didn't work. I tried smashing my gun into the window, tried to break it. Didn't work.
And why were you trying to smash the gun in the window?
To try to shoot at the crowd.
Okay. And it didn't work?
No.
Okay.
Okay, and how about executive functioning, examples of executive functioning that you observed right after the murders?
So immediately after, he has not been successful in breaking through the window. So he takes off the tactical vest on the third floor. He lays down his AR-15, and then he exits the school and is able then to run, catch up, and blend in with the students. So this shows that in a fairly quick moment, he can do an executive shift from, this isn't working, but if I run out with a gun and a tactical vest on, I think it's logic that you'd be more easily identified as the likely school shooter. So he removes those items, leaves them at the scene, and then catches up with the students. He is wearing the polo shirt that he described would help disguise him. And then he catches up with the students and then walks calmly over to the Walmart area.
Okay. And how about the McDonald's? Did you make any observations about his conduct as far as executive functioning at McDonald's?
Yes. So even at the Walmart, he's able to calmly purchase a drink, pay for it correctly, and then he walks over to the McDonald's. In the video, he appears calm, collected. He speaks to an individual, I think a student also at the school who had left, and sits across from him at the booth and seems calm and organized throughout that, does not appear distracted, animated, agitated, and nor is he described by anyone in that way.
Okay. And we have a clip 10, please, Aaron.
So how did you get to McDonald's?
I walked.
Is it a long ways from the Walmart? About how long do you think?
So from the school to the Walmart is about 400,000 yards.
And then how far is it from?
And then you go left down the road,
Uh-huh.
probably another 600 yards.
600 yards to the McDonald's. And did you get anything to eat at the McDonald's?
I thought about it.
And do you know if you got anything? Were you hungry? The slushie probably wasn't enough, huh? What happened at the McDonald's?
I talked to this kid. Told me his sister was at Stoneman Douglas still.
Okay. And did you have any conversation about, like, did he ask you who are you, or did he ask you anything about
Yeah,
it?
I asked him if I could have a lift. I needed to go to work or something like that, and he said he couldn't do it. He had a soccer game with his sister.
If
And
he,
the sad story is his sister died in the building.
okay, do you know his first name or
I was
anything?
just random kid.
Okay. Did you make any observations about the defendant's memory when you were evaluating?
Yes.
And what was your observations?
So he had several detailed memories that were prior to, during, and then after the crime that were consistent with actual collateral or corroborative records. So he had memories of going to the school, going to the stairwell, running into Christopher McKenna, beginning the shooting. He had memories of the people he shot in the hallway. He did have some memories of shooting into the classroom, but couldn't remember the specific people he shot or saw, if he did, in the classroom. And he described to me a range of memories and experiences of both sounds, some smells, sights, and even reactions by some of the students during the shooting.
Okay. And we have some clips. Aaron, clip 26, please.
And then there was a girl you mentioned yesterday that was...
Yeah, she was on the stairwell.
She was on the stairwell?
I shot her. She was crawling. I shot her in the back.
Okay, and how come?
Just, like I told you, I wanted to kill as many people as I could and take my life.
Okay.
So that was cool. So I shot her
Okay.
in the back. I think I shot her twice.
Okay.
She was injured in the leg, I think, when I was shooting down the hallway or something.
Okay.
Yeah, I think security guard in the hallway that I told you about, I think he gave me a nasty look, so I shot him in the head. Peter Wing also gave me a nasty look.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember now.
What kind of look did he give you? Do you remember?
Look of anger.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I told him to run.
And did he? Okay.
Okay, clip 23, please, Aaron.
And again, I think I asked you this yesterday, but
I think I showed mercy to the three girls, to be honest with you. I was going to walk away, but they started to show nasty faces, and then I went back or something.
explain to me how you showed them mercy.
I was like thinking about shooting them, but I didn't want to do it. So I was going to walk down the hallway.
And did you end up shooting them?
Yeah, because they gave me a nasty look and they were about to run.
Okay. What do you mean they gave you a nasty look?
Like, something like that.
And so you were going to give
I
them
thought they were
mercy.
going to attack me or something.
Okay. You were going to give them mercy, but then they gave you the nasty look.
And they were going to run away.
Okay.
Two of them were going to run away, one nasty look. And then they just, and when I pulled up my gun, they just went back and they put it into a ball.
Like they pulled into a ball?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened?
I didn't even aim or anything. I just shot.
Okay. How did the bullets get in them if you didn't aim?
I aimed downward.
Okay.
Like I had like on a waist and I.
Okay, and last clip, Aaron, 24, please.
And then, do you remember who the last person you shot was?
Peter Wing.
Okay. And describe to me what happened.
His head blew up like a water balloon.
Okay. And your final diagnosis, Dr. Scott?
Yeah, my final diagnosis is antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, and he had a history of conduct disorder.
And malingering?
And he, during my evaluation, and through reviewing the different assessments, also malingering.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer the clips, State's Exhibit for Identification 26P.
I don't remember who's the point person from the defense for this.
It's fine. No further objections.
Okay, so you're maintaining, other than the objections that you have already maintained and argued, there's no additional objections?
No,
Okay, thank you. Over the defense maintained objections states 26P will be received as states 496.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of Dr. Scott.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to take a lunch break. There's a few additional things that need to be accomplished from myself and the attorneys during lunch, so we're going to take a bit longer than normal. It's 10 minutes to 12 now. I would ask that you please be back at 1:45. Yes, 1:45, so that gives you almost 2 hours. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves. Please leave your notepads behind, and I'll see you at 1:45. Thank you. Okay, the jurors have been excused. Everyone else may either be seated or be excused. We're in recess until 1:45. I do want to start as closely to 1:45, so that'll give you all 2 hours to accomplish your short deposition and your, hopefully get something to eat.
Your Honor, I forgot to ask Dr. Scott 2 more questions, so if I can, not now, but obviously when I come back.
Not a problem. Dr. Scott, you know the drill. You can talk, but just not about your testimony. And State, are you making arrangements for your witness for lunch, or are you going to tell him where to go? Or
Yes, we'll tell him.
okay, so the State will let you know. I don't know if they're buying you lunch, or hopefully they are, or if they're going to send you to lunch or order lunch. But look to the State for what to do next. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much. If you want, what's that?
We're not buying one.
Really?
We can't.
I'll walk to get a salad.
You can't buy him lunch? I'm sure you all could. I gave him candy.
Just before we come back, I do have a brief argument that I need to make before I do my cross.
Okay, the lawyers are present, the defendant is present, the jurors are ready to be brought in. State, you said you have a few questions that you wanted to ask?
Yes.
And that's fine. And the defense said they have an objection to make before cross-examination, so why don't you make that objection now, before the jurors are brought in?
Okay, it's not actually an objection, Judge. I just, so based on the testimony from Dr. Scott today and Tuesday, and based on the other, the jail deputy who testified on Tuesday, I don't think I could repeat his name, the state has clearly opened the door to me asking, in terms of the sophistication of the planning of this crime, asking about Mr. Medina, Mr. Taylor, and Mr. Peterson. In fact, it's included, they picked these drawings to show the jury, and there is a drawing where he's apparently has drawn the school campus, and there's one that says Peterson, OF, OF. Another one, security guard, which he's referencing Andrew Medina, help, help, he's crazy, he's effing crazy. And it's not to, like, system failures and mitigation of the crime, it's to show that this is not as sophisticated a plan as he described it to the jury, but that, in fact, there were many things about the plan that were flawed. It's just some of them didn't go wrong for him because of things that other people did or didn't do, but it does go to the sophistication of the planning, and we are absolutely entitled to rebut that. He also, in talking to Dr. Jones, he talked about the planning of it and how long he had planned it. Additionally, Dr. Scott, I think, said that's what he's telling people who are reading his YouTube comments. That opens the door to what a couple of these people who know about these social media postings did in terms of calling the FBI. Now, I don't intend to go into what the FBI did or didn't do, just that people did see these comments, and one person called the FBI, and someone else who saw some social media stuff or knew that he was obtaining a lot of guns called the FBI. And the state has fully opened the door to these things, and we are now absolutely permitted to cross-examine them.
Ron, you want to hear a response?
Yes, I was waiting for one.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were conferring with counsel.
We have not opened the door to third-party negligence. Just not. Just because they elicited what happened. We didn't open the door to what other people should have done or shouldn't have done. Your motion still stands. I mean, third-party negligence.
Well, my order said third-party negligence and system failures was not admissible because it doesn't go towards mitigation. Whether or not the state opens the door, it still doesn't go to mitigation.
It does, Judge, because it shows that his planning, he didn't really plan such a great crime. It's just if certain things had happened that could have easily happened, then he may not have been able to carry this out. So the plan that he made was not as sophisticated and brilliant as this doctor is making it out to be. And part of the reason is, I mean, he was seen immediately getting out of the Uber. And he knew, you know, that when he went there at that time, the security monitors were unlocking the gates and that there would be one. So it goes to the sophistication of the crime. It's not about mitigating. It's not about, and in fact, it does actually go to his moral culpability, but I don't even need to go there. The point is that it goes to a lack of sophistication of the crime, that there were a lot of opportunities that this could have been stopped, and they were not. It shows that his plan is not that sophisticated. He just got, I hate to say this, he got lucky, we all got unlucky, I guess is the best way to say it.
Still third-party negligence. Has nothing to do with his actions, and it's not mitigation.
I agree. My ruling remains. Any kind of third-party negligence or system failures is not admissible. Please do not ask this witness about any of those things.
Okay, then Judge, I would ask to proffer the questions that I was going to ask.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can do this after his cross-examination. That's
Then
fine.
why don't you just do it now, so we don't have to bring the jury out and in?
Well, he's not here, so I don't know what his answer will be. I mean, if I do it at the end, we take a break after cross, and I can ask him while he's on the stand.
Can we just bring your witness in now and let them do this now? I mean, what are the questions going to be? If the security guard that was supposed to intervene didn't, does that change your opinion of the executive functioning that the defendant put into this mass murder? I mean, he's not going to know any of these facts about the third-party negligence. What exactly do you want to ask him?
I want to ask him one, so security monitor Andrew Medina immediately spotted him getting out of the Uber. That is not about a system failure, that is not about inaction. He already said that. It was already in one of the clips.
Yeah, the defendant said that, and he said he therefore knew he needed to hurry up because in case the guy was going to report him. So how does that either impeach this witness's credibility or show some type of mitigation or negate the testimony that your client had executive functioning capacities beyond what your experts testified that he has?
Because, again, it's not a great plan. He was seen immediately, not even on the campus. He hadn't even reached the campus yet, and he was spotted by a monitor. No, he picked the time, they say, because they knew the gates would be open, but also knowing that the gates have to be opened by someone, he picked that time and was immediately spotted.
So what are you going to ask him?
Andrew Medina recognized him. Andrew Medina knew he was carrying a rifle bag.
So what are you going to ask this witness?
I'm going to go through and ask him if he's aware of these things.
If he's aware that Andrew Medina spotted the defendant, if he's aware that Andrew Medina knew he was holding a rifle bag.
Andrew Medina recognized him as the crazy kid, and that's in
And
his letter.
what's the end goal? What point are you trying to make? If he says, yes, I was aware of that, so then what's the follow-up?
Well, I don't have to do the follow-up. That's for the jury to decide what that means.
If you want to be able to ask these questions, you have to show me that they are relevant to either impeaching this witness or to mitigation. And asking him, were you aware about Andrew Medina's X, Y, and Z with no follow-up, it's not impeachment.
Well, it's about the sophistication of the crime, right? It wasn't that sophisticated of a crime, and he's spotted by a monitor. There was an armed law enforcement officer. There was a guy in the building that saw him. None of them called the code red. I mean, these are all things that should have stopped this. It wasn't that sophisticated, and they're arguing that this was a very well-planned, sophisticated crime. And we should be able to counter with, it really wasn't, it's just through a series of unfortunate omissions, it was carried off.
And that's third-party negligence, has nothing to do with mitigation. I mean, she could have had a flat tire.
I mean, what you're saying is the murder of 17 children and the attempted murder of 17 others was not that sophisticated, it was just lucky. And if all these things wouldn't have happened, he wouldn't have killed that many people. That's essentially what you're saying.
What I'm saying is it wasn't that sophisticated of a crime, and it was only because things didn't happen that it was carried out. It was a very unsophisticated crime, and it goes to the weight of CCP.
No, it's third-party negligence. It has nothing to do with his background. It has nothing to do with the incident that day as it pertains to Mr. Cruz and his actions, and it's not relevant, and my ruling remains the same. If you want to tell me what other questions you plan to ask the witness, you can go ahead and do that now.
So, Judge, are you going to allow me to do the proffer with him, or?
No, I'm going to allow you to proffer the questions to me because so far what I'm hearing is a bunch of questions that you really are not looking for answers. You're just looking to ask them because by your own admission, you're looking to say that the reason that so many people were hurt and killed is because of the inaction of other people rather than the action of Mr. Cruz, which is what I clearly said is not admissible.
I understand that, Judge, but the state has now opened the door twice.
I respectfully disagree. So if you want to proffer the questions, you can do so now.
Okay. Security monitor Andrew Medina immediately spotted him getting out of the Uber. When he got out of the Uber, he was not even on the campus. Andrew Medina recognized him as the crazy kid. Andrew Medina saw that he was carrying a rifle bag. Andrew Medina had a radio and was trained to call a code red. A code red alerts everyone on campus to lock down. Instead, Andrew Medina radioed another security monitor in the building, David Taylor. David Taylor ran and hid in a closet on the second floor. David Taylor also did not call a code red. There was an armed law enforcement officer on school grounds who hid near the 1200 building instead of engaging him. That law enforcement officer did not call a code red either. That law enforcement officer is being prosecuted by the same state attorney's office for several counts of felony neglect of a child.
Is there anything else?
Just the other part about the posts and the FBI.
Okay, do you want to make additional argument? Do you want to put the additional questions that you intend to ask if I had not prohibited you from doing so on the record? Or can we bring in the jury? That's what I'm asking.
I would ask, you're aware that he posted on Instagram that he wanted to shoot up his school, and then on February 5th of 2016, a neighbor called BSO and reported that. You're aware that because of his YouTube posting about being the next school shooter under the name Nicholas_Cruz, someone called the FBI to report him. As a result of his obsession with guns, the loss of his mother, and his emotional and behavioral issues, a longtime family friend called the FBI and reported him, specifically saying, I will have a clear conscience if he takes off and starts shooting places up. I think, just getting into just getting into a school and shooting it up. And Judge, for the record, we did ask to proffer these with the witness, but they are now on the record.
Okay, are both sides ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait, Judge, one more thing, I'm sorry. There are two documents I did want to ask the court for permission to enter into evidence through this witness. I know the state's objecting. I don't know if you want to see them or...
What are they?
One of them is just a few of his kiosk requests in the jail. It's a composite.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that means.
So when inmates need things like a medical visit or a chaplain visit or whatever, a dietary change, they go on instead of writing out like a request like they used to do, I think they go on like a computerized system and they make these requests. And then there's some random deputy at the other end, or I don't know exactly when they respond, but they sees them and then responds.
Okay, so you've shown the state what you want to introduce?
Yes.
And what can I see it so I know
Yes.
exactly what you're talking about,
Yeah, and
please?
we're objecting because it's hearsay, it's self-serving, and it wouldn't even be admissible on their case.
Okay, let me take a look.
There's two. One is a letter that he wrote to his brother. Just they're not self-serving hearsay. It's not for the truth of the matter, certainly.
Okay, so I'm looking at what's been marked for identification as Defense 6P, begins with a certification of records, and then it has a second page that says, Cruz, Nicholas, message, I want to say I'm sorry for being anxious, and I do apologize, please forgive me, from January 4th, 2021. then it says in the next line, this message has been rejected, case closed. Then the next page, under the message, this is from 4/30 of 2022, is Pastor Black feeling better? And then the message is IDK. Okay, let me look at the other one here. I'm looking at what's been marked as 6S. All right, let's start first with 6P. First of all, when a party wants to admit evidence during the opposing party's case, it's discretionary with the court and should be done in very limited circumstances. What I'm reading here are messages purportedly from Mr. Cruz to someone in the jail over a period of time about various things. How and why do you believe these things are admissible? Defense?
Because he's talking about his improved cognitive abilities and executive functioning abilities, and those are contrary to that.
Improved cognitive abilities? I don't understand.
Well, he was saying that he had developmental delays as a child, but he basically grew out of all of that. And I'm showing some executive functioning and some language issues in these requests that are recent.
So you're trying to show that he has a lack of executive functioning by these?
Yes. I mean, they're part of the jail records. I believe I can ask him about them, even if I don't admit them. I just wanted to admit them, but I can just ask.
Is Pastor Black okay? Tell Pastor Black I love him. How is that showing a diminished?
The last two are for a different purpose.
Well, what purpose are the ones that I just asked you?
Is Pastor Black okay? He's asking the kiosk, is Pastor Black okay?
Okay, but there's obviously a person that responds because a person named Kanisha Bass responds.
Right. He's not a VSO chaplain. He's an outside chaplain, and he's asking the kiosk, and somebody at the other end, is Pastor Black okay? Without any reason to know that this person would even know what he's talking about or know who he's talking about.
Well, the person answers, Abigail Ortega says IDK. I'm pretty sure that's an abbreviation for I don't know.
Right, I don't know. Which is only a slightly different version of request rejected, case closed.
Okay. Under any of your arguments, this is hearsay when it's offered by the defense. I'm not hearing anything other than it's being offered for the truth of the matter because you're trying to use it to show a diminished level of executive functioning, and therefore it would be offered for the truth of the matter.
No, it's not being offered to show is Pastor Black okay or not. It's being offered to show his skills. It's not about this. The truth of the matter would be, are the matters that he's talking about or asking about, those things true or not? And that's not why they're being offered.
All right, I'm sustaining the state's objection. 6P is not admissible.
So are you also ruling that I can't ask him if he's aware that he did a kiosk request saying is Pastor Black okay? Or whatever the other ones are? I don't have to admit it. I don't have to show the jury, but
no matter which way you say it, it depends on how you say it. I'm not going to tell you exactly what you can cross-examine him on, but I'm telling you that this, in its current format, is hearsay. It's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and it's not admissible. Now, as far as 6S, I see letters to, I don't know to who. Zach, dear Zach, it's been 4 months and I haven't heard from you in a while, and so on and so forth. With some type of a calendar with different foods and references to working out. And how is this admissible?
Judge, there's really just one small part of it that I wanted to bring out, which is where on the reverse side of the envelope he writes, if this is not the right address, and he spells it W-R-I-G-H-T, please send to Zachary Cruz and Mike and Richard.
So you want to show that he's using the word W-R-I-G-H-T instead of R-I-G-H-T?
Well, that's part of it. He's also on an envelope for a letter that he intended to mail. He's writing on the other side, if this isn't the right address, please send this to Zachary Cruz and Mike and Richard.
I have no idea in what context this was made. I don't know. State, what is your objection?
It's inadmissible, wouldn't even be admissible on their case. And they're trying to introduce that as impeachment or rebuttal on our case.
Dr. Scott's repeatedly talking about his improved executive functioning skills. Here he's addressing a letter and then writing on the other side, if I didn't do this right, can you just send this to the right person without any identifying information for the right person?
Like, how does that get around the hearsay argument?
It's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
It is. You just said it was. You said exactly. He's writing on the back of the envelope. X, Y, and Z. So how is that not for the truth of the matter asserted? You want to admit it to show that he's not using words in their correct context and that he's writing things that are inappropriate on a U.S. mail document. So how is it not for the truth of the matter?
The truth of the matter asserted is, if this isn't the right address, please send to Zachary Cruz. I mean, that's irrelevant what the content of it is. It's not about the words on there. That it's not, for example, not me trying to put a letter saying, I have FASD. Now that would be for the truth of the matter asserted. This is to show he has limited executive functioning skills.
That's for the truth of the matter. The truth of the matter that you're trying to negate the doctor's testimony. This is not admissible. I agree with the state. It's not admissible in your case, and it's not admissible in the state's case. So I'm sustaining the objection to 6S and 6P.
So am I permitted to ask him if he's familiar with this letter?
I'm not going to tell you how to do your cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. May I have rights to get?
You may. Are the jurors ready?
Yes, sir.
Will you bring them in, please? State, do you want to have your witness come up?
Jurors are entering.
Okay, the jurors are present. State. Good afternoon, Doctor. You're still under oath. State whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scott, what is the difference between your diagnosis of the defendant with anti-social personality disorder and borderline personality disorder with a mental illness or a developmental disorder? What's the difference?
So a developmental disorder or a neurodevelopmental disorder is in a completely different category, of our diagnostic manual. And so that can be associated with perhaps, but not all, unidentified area of deficit in functioning in the brain, can arise from a neurodevelopmental period, and the behaviors are attributed to those deficits or impact from early onset. In contrast, antisocial personality disorder and borderline personality disorder are not disorders that have been closely tethered to or defined by a particular brain abnormality. These are disorders of behavior, disorders where people repeatedly, in the context of antisocial personality disorder, violate the law, don't conform to rules of society, and that's one big difference. So one is a behavioral disorder, such as antisocial personality disorder, where the person doesn't follow the law or violates the rights of others. And likewise, borderline personality disorder is an impairment in how people choose to behave and interact with others that also violates societal norms or what's expected from them in society. But it's not attributed to a particular medical origin.
Okay, and mental illness?
So a mental disorder, as defined by the DSM-5, does include an umbrella of many different disorders. So under the DSM-5, you do have a chapter specific to neurodevelopmental disorders. That's where things like autism spectrum disorder go, ADHD or attention deficit goes. Then you have chapters specific to some of the severe mental disorders like we traditionally think of, such as psychosis, mood disorders like depression or bipolar disorder or anxiety disorders. And they do have a separate section for these personality disorders that they separate from the neurodevelopmental and some of the other major psychiatric disorders. And again, these are behaviors with the personality disorders that do get the person in trouble oftentimes with others, with the law, and because that then can bring them in to treatment as a focus of treatment, they do list it in the diagnostic manual.
Okay, and antisocial personality and borderline personality are intentional and volitional, right?
I would say antisocial personality disorder has some components where they can be impulsive, but also has components where they can plan and organize. And borderline personality disorder, one of the criteria, they can also be impulsive, but many of their acts can also be more well thought out. So there is some overlap.
Okay, and they're behavioral disorders?
Yes.
Okay, not mental health disorders.
I would say they're in the book on mental disorders, so to that extent that they're listed, but they are not in the same category as mood disorders, psychotic disorders, neurodevelopmental disorders, anxiety disorders, etc. But they are in the manual of mental disorders.
Okay, but they're volitional and intentional for antisocial
Yes.
person.
Objection asked and answered. Overruled.
Can answer.
Yes. They are considered separate and different from the more severe mental disorders like I've described, and so they're in a completely different category of personality disorder, which means how a person's behavior is that is beyond natural traits we may all have. That's common for us to have our own quirks and personalities. This takes it to a different level where their personality, style, traits, and behavior really cause trouble with society and with others around them.
And that's why it's called a personality disorder.
That's why it's called a personality disorder.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes, ma'am.
Getting out the same book you brought up.
Good afternoon, sir. Okay. Mr. Souts gave you some specific pages from the adoption records for you to talk about. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you discussed an intake form where Brenda Woodard was acknowledging that she drank beer, but this is from the initial 5 weeks, not through the first 3 months. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know you testified today there was some inconsistency, and I'm not sure if this is what you're referring to, but I would like to point out, and I can show the date, this is 450, 451, and 452 of the adoption records. It's in evidence as D 85, I believe. Do you recall the adoption report prepared by the social worker indicating, hold on, let me try to make that smaller. She states that she did drink beer during the first 3 months of her pregnancy, smokes a pack a day.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that there wasn't evidence that Brenda Woodard had been drinking on June 8th, which was the day of her arrest, June 8th, 1998.
I said the jail record did not indicate that, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that while they were out, and I think you called it scoring, they had the beer in the back seat of their car?
I'd have to double check to see if I used the word scoring. I'm not sure that would be something I would say. But can you repeat the last part of your question?
They had their beer in the back seat of the car when they got arrested. Do you remember that?
I do remember that that was testified to.
Okay. You testified that she was receiving prenatal care at the Department of Health. Do you remember that?
I remember testifying that they noted that she had multivitamins or vitamins, and it was listed next to the Department of Health. It was unclear if she had an appointment, but it looked like the vitamins were linked to that.
Okay. Well, we know that her pregnancy verification was done at the Department of Health, right?
Yes.
Okay. But there are no records in those adoption records that indicate she was getting prenatal care there, correct?
Just for vitamins, which are considered prenatal care.
Okay. And do you recall seeing a note on August 4th of 1998 indicating that she needs prenatal vitamins but doesn't know what they cost?
Yes, it looked like she may have run out of them, and so they were, she needed some and didn't know what they cost.
Okay. Now, we do know that about a week after her pregnancy verification, and I think you referenced this form. This is the prenatal visit list, I guess, correct? So we know on March 18th of 1998, she went to Dr. Buonapane for prenatal care, correct?
On March 18th?
Yes.
And is that under the yellow highlight?
Yes, I believe these are all from that first visit, 3/18, and she was drug tested there, correct?
It does say that it happened at the office, yes.
Okay. But we also know from this document, if you want to check down further, her next prenatal visit after March 18th was July 6th of 1998, correct?
That's what that date says.
Okay. And in fact, we have another note. This is not something that you mentioned. It's page 170. A note indicating, oh, sorry. Just move it down. Lost weight between visits, hadn't been seen for a while, 4 months. Right?
That's what that note says in contrast to the other record.
Okay. Well, so this is actually consistent with the other record, right? If she went in March and then came back in July, that would be hadn't been seen 4 months, correct?
The lost weight part was, we know that she gained from her birth records a substantial amount of weight, but it did note that she lost weight between visits. We just don't know what the actual weight loss was.
Right, but so between March and July, that's pretty much covers the first 2 trimesters she lost weight.
It did. It didn't tell us how much weight.
Okay. Okay. Now, you testified, and this was, I think, more in the context of his birth records, but I think you said healthy baby boy that did not appear to have been exposed to drugs in the last 3 months or so prior to his delivery. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Never went back. All right.
She did have, at certainly early preschool evaluations and treatment. So she was evaluated even before kindergarten by different Broward County evaluators. So maybe not who he recommended, but she did get follow-up treatment and evaluation.
She did or the school did?
The school did.
Okay. All right. Now, you testified that you didn't see evidence in the records of OCD, even though that was noted by some of his providers, correct?
I testified that I didn't see sufficient criteria that would have met the diagnosis, and I testified that he had some behaviors, such as asking when he could get on the Xbox and repeating questions over and over, that could be a characteristic, but he didn't have the sufficient criteria met for OCD.
Okay, but so some of the behaviors that were noted, the obsessive behaviors, were he obsessively watched the clock at school, correct?
Yes, it was noted, maybe even in the 2nd or 3rd grade, that he would look at the clock to see when his mom was going to pick him up.
He repeatedly asked when his mom was coming to get him or when the bus was coming. We just talked about that, correct?
Yes.
Witness testified he had to have exactly 8 chicken nuggets, correct?
He said that at one point, yes.
Okay. He would obsessively erase his mistakes on his papers to the point of ripping them.
He sometimes would crumple up the papers, sometimes not. Yep.
Okay. He engaged in picking behavior.
He had times where he might pick at his skin, and when he had acne, he might pick at his pimples.
Okay. And he started out at a young age being sort of obsessed with tigers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And then Pokemon at some point?
I would separate the tigers somewhat from the Pokemon. And during that time frame, the mother filled out a questionnaire for Rainbow Assistance. It's a grief counseling. And there are a lot of questions very specific to kind of worries and fears. Pokemon interest, which a lot of people have an interest in, and kids have an interest in, even adults, seem to be more kind of a developmentally age-appropriate interest that a lot of kids can get very into. I thought the tiger interest, though, was more of, this happened when he was even as young as maybe 3.5, before kindergarten, was more kind of acting out, not necessarily OCD behavior, but kind of, and the therapist described it as kind of this acting out play behavior for some of his frustrations, in a way that he would communicate that, is how his therapist described it.
Okay. And you're aware from his jail records he still has an obsession sort of with Pokemon.
I've listened to a lot of his, I don't know if it's in evidence or not, but I've listened to a lot of his phone calls, and I've been able to hear who visits him, what they say, and periodically he does talk about Pokemon, but if you wanted to average over time the content of the Pokemon conversations in jail versus other conversations, I would not say it was it was a majority of the time or in any way an obsessive amount. He'll ask about it. He and his brother Zachary will talk about when they used to play, but I would not describe that as a current obsession.
Okay. And at one point you did ask about the Xbox quite a bit. You mentioned that.
Yes.
At some point he became fascinated with airsoft guns, yes?
Yes, he became...
And then real guns, right?
He became interested in airsoft guns and things like pellet guns and then other weapons throughout his life.
Real guns, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that on his, let's see, on October 1st of 2016, 1 week after his 18th birthday, he bought his first gun, correct?
Yes.
Okay. October 1st, 2016, buys his first gun. 1 week after his 18th birthday, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. 3 days after he was evaluated for a possible Baker Act, correct?
He had an evaluation on the 26th and on the 28th with different evaluators.
Okay. And during that process, the Department of Children and Families designated him a vulnerable adult due to mental illness. Do you remember seeing that?
I certainly remember that being mentioned, and then they opined that he did not meet the criteria for involuntary commitment to a hospital.
Right. So it was actually his school social worker that wanted to Baker Act him. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And the rules of the school board would not allow her to do that. It had to be the school resource officer, correct?
I don't know the rules of the school system, but I do know that she expressed concern.
Right. Well, are you aware that the only person that can Baker Act from a school is the school resource officer, and he chose not to?
I'm aware, as with most schools, that involuntary commitment of a child or adolescent typically is done by the school resource officer, but I haven't seen testimony on his statement about his decision one way or the other.
Okay. Are you aware that the psychiatrist that he was seeing at Cross Creek advised against him being placed in Jrtc when he got to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
Yes, that was Norma Ortiz.
Okay.
And she did recommend against that.
And are you aware that he was removed from marksmanship because the Jrtc instructor was concerned with him having access to any weapons?
Yes, this happened after he attacked a fellow student, and then he subsequently, the Jrtc didn't think that was an appropriate class for him.
Okay, and while we're talking about that, let's talk about the, what I think you called it the ASVAB. It's the military entrance test, correct? And you showed a clip where you were talking to him about it, where he came up with 3 questions?
Yeah.
Where he wrote 3 questions?
Yes.
Okay, and are these the questions?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you testified he was able to write 3 questions that he knew the answer to. Yes?
Pretty much, yep.
Okay, but he didn't get 2 out of the 3 correct, right? He couldn't answer the last one, and the first one he said hydrogen and helium is the water molecule, correct?
Well, the question has the answer. What is a molecule of water? And then you're right. He did say for the H, hydrogen and helium, but I didn't ask him what the O could stand for in the periodic table.
Okay, and he told you that these were the simple questions, yes?
Yeah, these are questions that he came up with on his own on the spot.
Okay. Now, you're aware that the minimum score to pass the ASVAB is 31.
I think it depends on the year, but I think that's the cutoff.
Okay, and he scored a 15.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. sorry if I jump around a little bit. Now, at one point, I think you testified that he was getting family therapy from John Newnham at Coral Springs Elementary School?
To the extent that it involved counseling and also advice to the mom. So the mom is part of the family, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that he testified that he does not actually provide therapy, and that there's a big distinction between therapy and what he does? He does counseling to help with academic progress.
I'm aware of that, but I'm also aware of his actual clinical notes that talked about gathering information and working with the family.
Okay. Now, you testified that Nicholas's mother took him for a neurology exam.
Yes.
And that was in 2013, correct?
Yes.
That was Dr. Brad Dejani?
Correct.
And I think you testified that his gross neurological signs were normal. Yes?
I'd have to double check if I said gross neurologic sign or not.
Okay.
But his neurology exam was, there was no critical or worrisome finding he found.
Okay. Dr. Dejani actually recommended that he have an EEG and an MRI done, correct?
Yes, that would make sense to me based on what was described to him for follow-up.
Okay. And Linda called and said that she isn't financially able to do those tests, correct?
That was correct. She worked with Henderson throughout that time frame on the funding issue.
Okay. Are you aware that at the time of this evaluation, she had $820,000 in her bank account with MetLife?
Yeah. I'm aware that she did have $800,000. I don't know at the time of that evaluation what her income was, but I do know that after Mr. Cruz was arrested, it was subsequently learned that she had $800,000.
Okay. And you're also aware that his psychiatrist, Dr. Nagin, wrote a letter supporting that he be placed in residential treatment. Do you remember that?
I do remember a letter that said that should be considered. That's during that time frame at Westglades where there was having a lot of behavioral difficulties.
Okay. And are you aware that she told the parent advocate that she was given from Henderson that she couldn't send his brother to a residential program because she needed the Social Security benefits?
Is that Stephen Senkoff? It was the parent advocate I believe she was working with. And I do know that his younger brother, Zachary, during that time frame, did go to an out-of-home facility for brief periods of time, but I'm not aware of that specific statement.
Okay. Now, you talked about, just a little while ago, about you considered FASD, but there were a few things that made you think that that was not the case, and you're not an expert in FASD, correct? You haven't published on it or anything like that?
I haven't published on it, but it's certainly been a part of my clinical practice and training for many years. Okay.
And you testified that there was an increase in his IQ from 77 to 93, correct?
Based on the records, yes.
Okay. You're aware that a recent IQ test that was done, he scored an 83?
Yes.
Okay. You also testified that, I think you acknowledged he repeated kindergarten, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But are you aware that he received a good cause promotion in the second grade?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay, and the good cause promotion is because ESE students can only be retained once, correct?
That was a little fast. Could you say it again?
That a good cause promotion means that he can only be retained once because he's an ESE student.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, and you know that he was promoted from the third grade to the fourth grade even though he didn't meet the criteria. Do you recall that?
I do. That was particularly his behavior was an issue in the third grade, and they were concerned that the Strattera medication may have been playing a role in that. But so they did promote him to the fourth grade.
Okay, and he got another good cause promotion from the fourth grade to the fifth grade.
Well, He was promoted, but he had met, at least for the reading aspect, he had passed the FCAT, and he was then put into, in the 5th grade, they felt confident enough to put him in about 80% mainstream, though with the ESE support. So he did move to the 5th grade.
Okay, let's talk about those FCAT scores. So you mentioned that twice he achieved a level 3, and that was in the 4th grade and the 5th grade, correct?
No, I said in the 4th grade he met the standard. In the 5th grade, he had conference forms not related to the FCAT, but related to the teacher's impression of how he was doing academically, which said he met or was above standard. So, but not the FCAT for the 5th grade, but more the teacher's assessment of his performance. In the 4th grade, it was the FCAT for passing the English part.
Okay. Okay, well, let's go through those real quick. This is in 3rd grade. His reading score is a level 2.
Yes.
Okay, and 2 indicates limited success with the content, correct?
Correct.
Okay, grade 3 again, math, level 1, indicating little success with the content on the FCAT, correct?
Correct.
Okay, 4th grade. This is where he just barely passes, and the level 3, by the way, indicates partial success with the content. So he's just a little bit above the 2 and the 3. And that's in reading in the 4th grade, correct?
Yes, he's on grade level in the spring.
Okay, and then we have his math score from grade 4, again, a level 1.
Correct.
Okay, now we have 5th grade. Science, he got a level 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay, 5th grade. This is where his reading, he did get a level 3 in the 5th grade, correct?
Yes.
And then in math, he got a level 2 in the 5th grade.
Yes.
Okay. And he had been in a cluster class for the 5th grade, correct?
Part of the time.
Okay. Now, you also said something, I think, about plateauing as a teenager. Now, so in the 5th grade, he was, let's see what year that was. He would have been 13 years old, correct? If it's 2011?
It depends on what part of the year, because he had a September birthday.
Okay.
And so you just have to calculate. So he was born in 1998. So what year are you asking about?
How old he was in the 5th grade. Okay, but anyway, 6th grade.
So,
Reading?
I'm sorry, what, was there a question pending? Because I
No.
have the answer.
No.
So you were drawing the question about
Yes,
the age?
that's
Okay.
fine. 5th grade, he gets a level 2 in reading, correct?
Yes.
6th grade, and then 6th grade, a level 1 in math.
Yep.
And
all these
1
are-
is an inadequate level of success, 2 is below satisfactory.
Yeah,
correct?
which contrasted to his actual school performance in the 5th grade, where throughout the year on his tests and scores, consistently he was at or above the reading level. This is once every year or two achievement test where he would score low, but his actual performance in class, particularly in the 5th grade, was repeatedly at or above level. But you're right, when he would take this annual test or by every 2-year test, he had varying performances.
Okay, and then again, 7th grade, level 2 for reading, and level 1 for math. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't take the FCATs in the 8th grade because he was at Cross Creek and they don't take. Is that right?
I did not find the 8th grade FCATs.
Okay.
He did, though, as far as the progression, make the honor roll and make all A's and B's throughout the year.
Okay, well, we'll talk about Cross Creek in just a minute. Now, his grades were not good at Westglades Middle School, correct?
Not for the most part, that's correct.
and his behavior was not good at Westglades.
I would disagree with part of that. If you look at the first 6 months of his 6th grade, they described that his behavior was fairly good and had improved, but then it changed towards the second half of the 6th grade year.
Okay, and that was actually a few weeks after his mother took him off the Risperdal, correct?
It was, and then they changed to another medicine called clonidine.
Okay. Now, his grades really only ever improved when he was at Cross Creek, right?
I disagree with that. If you look at his off-campus learning center grades when he was sort of independent, but having completely on his own as he got older to go in and take the test, he oftentimes scored very well, if not 100% on some of the exams. So this is when he's older, and that's that issue of the trajectory of did he do better academically over time. So in school, I think overall he did better in a structured program such as Cross Creek. But even in the 3rd grade when he had a structured program, he did not do particularly well then. So it wasn't 100%, but I do think the structure helped show what he could achieve.
Okay. Now, at Cross Creek, he was actually working in some classes at an elementary school level curriculum, correct?
It would depend on the class.
Okay. Are you aware that his teacher in deposition specifically mentioned that he had decoding issues, which is something they teach in the 1st grade?
Which teacher was that?
That was Miss Belargin.
Yeah, that he had in some areas decoding, but he certainly wasn't being taught at a 3rd grade level overall. He might have made some errors in certain aspects, but his performance was on overall and honor roll and not described at the 3rd grade. In fact, it was so good that the team, when they organized his IEP, agreed that he could then go to Marjorie Stoneman and would try to mainstream him.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. Are you aware that Jessica DiCarlo, the IEP specialist at MSD, expressed a concern to the administration about him coming to the school?
Yes.
Are you aware that the Cross Creek family counselor, although he met criteria, indicated she did not believe he was ready for mainstreaming?
Yes.
And are you aware that Tara Bone, an ESE specialist at MSD, told the MSD administration he didn't belong at the school and was told to stay in her lane?
Oh, she was told, you're saying, to stay in her lane?
Yes. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that she may have had a disagreement. I don't remember the stay in the lane comment exactly, but I do remember she was told she had the concern.
Okay. And in fact, his grades, by the first full year at MSD, he was failing most of his classes.
When you say first full year, are you talking about 11th grade?
11th grade.
Right.
First quarter, he was failing most of his classes. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. There was, after his breakup with a girlfriend in August of 2016, there was a complete change in his participation and academic performance. It was dramatic.
Okay. Now, let's go back for just a minute because I want to talk about Cross Creek for a minute. Cross Creek, they have small class sizes, correct?
Yes.
Small student-to-teacher ratio.
Yes.
Okay. Lots of structure and supervision.
Yes.
A therapeutic environment.
Yes, there were counselors there. Yes.
Medication management by the staff.
Yes, so his medicines to make, he could get on site, which means that enhanced compliance of taking his medicine.
Okay. And during his time at Cross Creek, he had 3 referrals in the first semester, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But only 1 referral, and that was a bus referral in the 9th grade, his 1 full year at Cross Creek.
Yes.
Okay. And that's compared to his 63 referrals at Westglades.
Yes, it was a dramatic difference.
Okay. And while he was at Cross Creek, he also had services at home with Henderson, correct? He had a case manager.
He had that at Westglades too, but he also had it at Cross Creek.
Okay, he had a therapist from Henderson.
Yes.
And he had, well, his mother had a parent advocate, correct?
Yes, Stephen.
Okay. Now, when he goes to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, at some point all of the Henderson services go away, correct?
It's not that they go away, it's that this was in the November 2016, and Jared Benefeld was his counselor, and Mr. Cruz, Nicholas decided that he didn't want to avail of their services anymore, and that's noted in the record, and so they didn't continue.
Okay. Are you aware that he didn't do well enough on the GED pretest in jail to qualify to take the GED test?
No.
Let's go back for just a minute. All right. I think you mentioned a couple times he had a job at Dollar Tree, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he told you actually in the interview he tried first McDonald's, Publix, CVS, Target, and movie theaters, but no one would hire him, correct?
Yes, and he added that someone did offer him a job at a gun shop, but he was employed at Dollar instead.
Okay. And Linda filled out his application at the Dollar Tree,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And she coordinated his schedule for him?
Not completely. I mean, even after Ms. Cruz passed away, he organized his schedule. He coordinated the shifts that he would do. He had between, depending on the week, 3 to 5 shifts, ranging from 4 to 8. He coordinated that with his off-campus learning center. So she certainly, after she passed on November 1st, was not coordinating the schedule.
Okay, and you reviewed some interviews of the Dollar Tree employees where they indicated she did almost all the talking at the interview and coordinated his schedule. He never did it. Did you read that?
I read that when he interviewed, she may have helped coordinate him going to the interview, but after she passed, he was coordinating his work and his attendance there, not Ms. Cruz.
His mother would give us hours. She'd give me his availability. Nick never did this. You don't remember reading that?
I remember reading that, but then after she passed away, she couldn't have been coordinating that if she's dead. So he was able to do that on his own.
Right, after he'd worked there for quite a while, correct? Sure. Okay. Are you aware that he wrote a letter to his brother while he was in the jail? And on the reverse side of the envelope, where he addressed it, he said, "Please send to Zachary Cruz if this isn't the right WRIGHT address, also to Mike and Richard." Did you see that?
I didn't see that, but I have seen that spelling is an area of concern for him. He still has trouble spelling certain words.
Okay.
So that wouldn't surprise me.
Now, in your interview, you talked to him about the kiosk that they have in the jail, correct?
Yes.
And that's like a machine where they can request things like medical visits, chaplain visits, maybe purchase a few items, things like that.
They can purchase things, for example, like radio. They can perhaps purchase a pen or paper or food items. Yes. Okay.
And in your interview, you ask about it, and you ask him what else might be in the kiosk. And he says appliances. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you ask him what kind. Do you remember that?
I do.
And his answer was notepads and notes. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, he's asked the kiosk, "I want to say I'm sorry for being anxious, and I do apologize. Please forgive me." Did you see that one?
Yes, I saw sometimes, and it's not uncommon for inmates to send messages through whatever mechanism they can. So I did see that he used various mechanisms to include the kiosk request to get a message across.
Okay. He asked the kiosk, "Is Pastor Black feeling better?"
Yeah.
He asked the kiosk, "Thank you very much, but I am using this last request for the week, and I was wondering if I'm allowed to see a medium as well, if that's possible. And it's a person who can speak to the dead."
Yes, he was aware of what a medium was.
Okay. All right, you talked about how he planned out this crime and all these things he took into account in terms of how well planned out this crime is. Okay? I'm going to ask you if you are aware of certain things. He told a bunch of people he was going to do it before he did it.
Yes.
He posted online under his real name that he was going to do it before he did it.
Yes.
His mom drove him to buy the gun that he used.
She did, about a year before.
He took an Uber pool to get to the school.
Yes, and he was the sole person in the car.
He carried his gun in a Cabela's rifle bag 140 yards across the school lawn.
Yes,
He showed up with an unloaded rifle.
he did.
He never opened any classroom doors.
Not with a handle, but he broke through the window.
He didn't open the unlocked windows in the teacher's lounge.
Not, I don't know if he was successful in opening the unlocked windows, though there may have, from the positioning of the window handles, may have been an attempt.
He didn't take his gun outside with him.
Oh no, he left the gun.
Right, and it had his fingerprints and his DNA on it. Correct?
Yes, presumably, yes.
He lingered around at the Walmart and then the McDonald's.
He did.
He was arrested with $350 in his pocket, but he didn't buy new clothes to disguise himself at Walmart, did he?
You mean after the offense, because he had the disguise before. But
Yes, he didn't buy new clothes to get out of that red polo shirt, did he? No.
Maroon. No, he didn't.
He left his phone behind in the 1200 building, so he couldn't call for an Uber to take him away.
He either left it or lost it, but it was left behind.
Okay. And he didn't call for a cab to take him away, even though he had a bunch of money in his pocket.
No.
Okay. I want to talk about some other things he told you about the crime in your interview that we know are not true. He told you that he sighted in the rifle on February 13th of 2018 or into the morning hours and practiced the night before, right?
He did say that at one point, yes.
Okay. And you're aware that James Sneed testified under oath that Nicholas never shot real guns at their house?
That was his testimony.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if the testimony clarified the difference between sighting versus actually shooting the gun. So practicing with a gun and the recoil may be different than actually shooting the gun.
He told you he shot a girl who was crawling in the hallway in the back. That's not true, right?
I don't know. I'd have to double check with the autopsy photos if there were any people shot in the back.
He told you that he told Peter Wang to run. That's not true, right?
I don't know if we know that one way or the other.
He told you that there was a security guard in the hallway that gave him a dirty look. That's not true, right?
I don't know if we know that one way or the other.
He told you he showed mercy to 3 girls, then they gave him dirty looks, so he shot them. Not true, right?
We have no way of knowing if that was true or not. It could have been true. It could have been his interpretation.
Okay. You talked some about his internet searches, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at one point in your interview, he told you, I was trying to figure out what was wrong with me. I was looking at mental disorders, why I wanted to do things normal people wouldn't do, right?
Yes.
You're aware that on 1/30/18 he searched for why am I isolating myself?
Yes.
On 1/25/18 he searched for group therapy relationship, group therapy, and group therapy session.
Yes.
On 1/16/18 he did YouTube searches for why can't I feel emotions anymore, why can't I cry, Tom and Jerry suicidal, and dead inside.
Yes.
On 1/17/18 he searched kill myself, suicide, jumping off building, sleeping pills suicide, sleeping pills for sale, helium suicide.
Yes.
And on 1/19/18 he searched what's making go crazy, mental health.
What was that last part? What's making what?
It's what's making go crazy or what's making me go crazy, I'm not sure.
Okay, yes, I did read that.
Okay. I want to talk now about your diagnoses. You testified that he malingered symptoms on the MMPI, the PAI, and the TSI-2.
That was Dr. Denny, the psychologist who scored the testing findings, yes.
Okay. Now, in this interview that you did with him, he volunteered information to you about stealing, breaking into cars, harming animals, and shooting his gun in the backyard, correct?
Yes.
And he didn't have to do that, right?
No. It's interesting with antisocial personality disorders, oftentimes they will boast or give details about information that actually can be detrimental to them, but it's part of their personality and they describe it and they even get attention for it. But he did not have to tell me those things.
Okay. And that would not have helped him achieve any secondary gain, correct?
It depends on, what you define as secondary gain in his circumstances.
Okay. Now, you're aware that in making the diagnosis of ARND, Dr. Ken Jones didn't rely in any way upon any of Nicholas's self-reported symptoms.
Yes, I'm aware that he used his own evaluation method for diagnosing ARDD and also its relationship to the crime.
Okay. I think you talked briefly about personality disorders generally. There's a section before you get to them in the DSM that talks about personality disorders generally, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and these are criteria that should be applied when diagnosing any personality disorder, correct?
Are you talking about the pre-section?
I'm talking about page 735 in the TR.
Okay.
Well, 734 carrying over to 735.
Okay.
Criteria E says, and the enduring pattern is not better explained as a manifestation of another mental disorder, correct?
Yes.
Criteria F says the enduring pattern is not attributable to the physiological effects of a substance or another medical condition.
Yes.
Okay. And ARND is a medical condition, correct?
Well, there's some published literature that has some controversy about it depending on how it's defined. For example, how many drinks is required per month. There's different diagnostic criteria. It has been deemed a complex medical condition, but again, at the same time, even the CDC has been critical of the Institute of Medicine's definition of ARND. And so I would say, it depends on the criteria used. The important part, though, and I appreciate, because we can have a conversation about that part, is even if you completely come to the conclusion that he had an alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, the important part of this definition here is the behavior in question better accounted for? Meaning it's better described by like the impulsivity or the behaviors that you can see in alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, or is it better accounted for or attributable more to the personality disorders? So we've been discussing the difference between impulsive kind of acts that can come from fetal alcohol syndrome spectrum disorders, but we've also been discussing when people have more planned predatory acts, is it better attributable to a personality disorder? And in my opinion, it's much better attributed to a personality disorder in this situation.
Okay, so let's talk about antisocial personality. There's a biological risk factor, correct?
There can be, yes.
People with a relative of the first degree with antisocial personality disorder are much more likely to have it, correct?
They have an increased risk and prevalence of having it, yes.
And we don't know who Nicholas's father is, correct?
We have different testimony on that, or different statements on that.
Okay. And his biological mother certainly had a history of antisocial behavior, correct?
Yes.
And his half-sister?
Yes.
Okay. Now there's also an environmental component to ASPD, correct?
Correct.
Child abuse or neglect, unstable or erratic parenting, inconsistent parental discipline may increase the likelihood that conduct disorder will evolve into ASPD. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, according to the DSM, the prevalence of antisocial in the general population is about 0.6%, correct?
That's the first part. Later on in the DSM, they sum up multiple prevalence studies, and you'll see, if you go down further, it can, a median prevalence around 3.6%.
Okay. But the prevalence of antisocial personality in people with fetal alcohol spectrum disorders is much higher than that, correct?
I think it depends on the study and how the study was done.
It's about 19%, correct?
I think, it's going to depend on the study and which research you're quoting. But it is noted to be higher.
Okay. Now, you would agree that there are numerous disorders that commonly co-occur in people with FASD, correct?
I would say yes, there's several that can co-occur.
Okay, and those would include ADHD,
Yes,
learning disabilities,
yes,
developmental delays,
yes,
expressive and receptive language disorders,
yes,
anxiety,
yes,
depression,
yes.
OCD,
There is some increased risk, yes,
ODD, which is oppositional defiance disorder,
yes,
conduct disorder,
yes.
antisocial personality disorder,
In some studies, yes.
borderline personality disorder,
Can happen, yes.
autism,
I have seen an article describing an overlap, yes,
and sensory disorders.
yes,
Okay, and these are all things that the CDC and the Florida Department of Education recognize as disorders that frequently co-occur, correct?
yes,
Okay. And also that these are disorders that people with fetal alcohol spectrum disorders are often misdiagnosed with, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned way back, criteria A for antisocial has to do with behaviors that are grounds for arrest, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you're aware that the police were called to his house dozens of times?
it was multiple times, sometimes, and perhaps slightly more for his younger brother, Zachary. And sometimes when you go through the police reports, you can figure out who it is because Zachary was younger. Other times you can't, but they were called repeatedly to the home by the mother, typically. I think one time maybe a neighbor was involved when he tried to kill one of their pets or animals.
Okay, and that, he was never arrested in his youth, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you just brought this up. That included the time he was, the police came out because he shot a neighbor's chicken, actually 2 chickens, correct?
Yes,
And one of them died, correct?
yes,
Okay, and Linda actually told the police, and then the police told that neighbor that he was autistic, so she didn't press charges, right?
well, Linda didn't press charges. The neighbor didn't
Right.
press charges. And then Nicholas also told me that he was he lied to the officer and told him that he was just shooting at lamppost and didn't mean to hit the chicken when he really did.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned some incidents of domestic violence against his mother, correct?
I mentioned when he
Okay.
hit her on 2 occasions, or maybe 3.
Okay. He wasn't arrested for that either, correct?
No.
Okay. And those were arrestable offenses, correct? So it doesn't matter for the criteria.
Well, if we go through the 3, the first one with a vacuum cleaner hose, when that was in 2013, he was 14 years old. It's unclear if that was an arrestable offense, but the police did come out to the house. The one with Henderson Behavioral Health that might have been a mobile crisis or a YES team involvement, I think it was when he hit her and she hit the floor and she bled. And had the police been involved with a mobile crisis team, that could have been an arrestable offense. And then the third one was when he was in the car with her and she wouldn't take him to go get something he wanted at a store, and so he hit her. But that wasn't reported to the police, and so had they known, it could have been an arrestable offense.
Okay. And had he been arrested and convicted of any of those, he wouldn't have been able to purchase a gun legally, correct?
That's my understanding of Florida law, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified, hold on. Sorry. Now, you talked about the sexually deviant behavior, and that is actually, according to the CDC, consistent with antisocial personality disorder, correct?
I would say that people with antisocial personality disorder have an increased risk of having sexually deviant behaviors. For example, rapist, for example, that most people would think that would be sexually deviant behavior, and there's a higher percentage amongst men who either violently rape against women or have those kind of activities of having antisocial personality disorder. So there is that overlap.
Okay. And in fact, the CDC says people with FASDs are at higher risk for showing inappropriate sexual behavior. Inappropriate sexual behaviors increase slightly with age from 39% in children, 48% in adolescents, and 52% in adults with FASD, correct?
And that comment's important because I've worked with a lot of kids into adulthood with developmental disabilities. And it is true, and I've worked with the criminal justice system, if someone has an impulsive sexual, they touch, maybe a same-age peer or younger, and there is an increased risk. But the kind of searches that he searched for are so different than what we see for the kind of sexual impulsive acts and behavior that's described by the CDC. I don't argue at all that there is an increased risk of these kind of inappropriate touching or maybe they interpreting the person wants to have sex with them when they don't. But that's very different than the searches and the things that he was searching for on the internet. I have not seen that ever described. If we go into the detail of what he looked for, I've never seen that described on fetal alcohol syndrome.
Okay. The percentage of sexually deviant behavior goes up if a person is a victim of violence, correct?
It can, depending on what type of sexual offense they're charged with and what type of sexual deviancy. So the vast majority of individuals who have pedophilia or a sexual offense have not been abused as a child. But if you flip the statistics around, kids who have been abused may have an increased risk. Notwithstanding, the vast majority of people who are either deemed sexually violent predator or have a legal sexual offense in the criminal justice system have not been abused. So you have to look at it both ways.
Okay, and you did talk to him about that in your interview, correct?
I talked to him about what?
About sexual abuse.
I did.
Okay. Now, you also said that there are some things consistent with antisocial personality disorder and not consistent with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and one of those is the lack of empathy or remorse that you saw on the social media. Is that what you said?
I was describing the type of search for violence, search for a range of sexual behaviors that are even extremely rare amongst antisocial personality disorder because of the level it goes to, in contrast to fetal alcohol syndrome, where that would be highly unexpected. I've just never seen that level of that type of sexual searches.
Okay. You talked about conduct disorder. You recall that in the November 2016 note, Dr. Nagin wrote, "I do feel his defiant behaviors are correlated with Nicholas's difficulty expressing his emotions and feelings, which is characteristic of individuals with social skills related issues."
Oh yes, I think antisocial individuals and conduct disorder, by definition, have social skill problems.
Okay. And he was a psychiatrist who was treating Nicholas for a while, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
since 2012, maybe January the 25th was his first visit.
Okay. And one of the Henderson intern therapists determined that he met the criteria for conduct disorder, correct?
Yes, Jared Benefil. And he also, if you go through several of Jared's, like summary notes, there's a section, developmentally disabled or not, and he was the one that had known him for a good bit. And you'll see that he checked on many of those not developmentally disabled.
Okay. The research actually tells us that prenatal alcohol exposure is associated with higher levels of conduct disorder in children.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Curtis, I think it's time to, let's take a brief recess.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Let's try to keep it to 10 minutes so everyone can distraction do what they need to do. Please do not discuss the case or begin deliberating, and leave your notepads behind. Thank you. The jurors have been excused. We're in recess for as close to 10 minutes as we can keep it, please.
surrendering?
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Ms. Curtis, whenever you're ready, you may continue.
Okay. I want to go back just to a couple of things that you said earlier, and then I'll pick up where I left off. You indicated that when we were talking about his counselor, John Newnham, and the distinction between whether it's therapy or just counseling for academic services, and you talked about reviewing his clinical notes, correct? Okay, because we have 8,000 or more pages of school records, and there were no clinical notes from John Newnham in there.
The school notes and his testimony, which he described what he did.
Okay, now you also testified about the animal behavior when he was a child, and that was because of maybe a communication issue or his way of coping and communicating?
You have to be more specific.
When the acting like a tiger.
Yes, he was evaluated when he was young. I think that was even before he went into tutor time and early on. And they did describe, one of the descriptions was it may be acting out his animal fantasy to share kind of his frustrations. One of the therapists or evaluators noted that.
Okay, and that actually continued until he was an adolescent and even into adulthood, correct?
Oh, I wouldn't say not in any way. I disagree with that strongly in the way that that might imply. In actual fact, after about 5 weeks or so, when he got changed into a different classroom when he was young, they noted that behavior dissipated. There were some isolated notes when you go through the school records and the context of him usually acting out where he might make an animal sound or something, but certainly not what you saw with the pervasiveness of when he was 2, 3 years old.
Okay, and in her notes just before his transfer to Cross Creek, Linda wrote, he makes animal sounds since he was little, sometimes walks around the house on hands and feet pretending to be an animal. And this is when he's 15 years old, correct?
Right, and the important thing about that was the school, he has counselors at West Glades, he has evaluators, he has Ms. Yan and others who are documenting almost, I wouldn't say weekly, but frequently his behaviors. And what his mother described that was happening is very different from what other people observed. But she also reported other things about him that actually weren't accurate either. So she did describe that to the school, but that level and that type of behavior wasn't observed in the way that she described it.
Okay. You listen to his jail calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and every once in a while he'll just start meowing on the jail calls, correct?
I did listen.
Hold on, let him answer, please.
Okay.
I did listen to the jail calls. There are times, and it almost seems humorous, the other party will laugh. And I probably listened to, 100 plus calls. It's pretty rare. I wouldn't say that he is bursting out in animal sounds routinely. Every now and then, sometimes it happens when the caller on the other side might have stepped away or be distracted. He'll make a noise to catch their attention. That was one call. But it is very, very different than what was described when he was younger. And they'll giggle and laugh about it. It's a humorous thing, not a mental illness thing, if you actually go through the calls.
Okay. You talked a minute ago about the lack of remorse and what you saw on the social media. But lack of empathy and difficulty understanding people's emotions are associated with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, according to the research, correct?
They can be, to some degree.
Okay. Now, we also talked about he received this diagnosis of conduct disorder, but at one point Jared Bienenfeld also diagnosed him with persistent mood disorder.
Yes, so he had 2 or 3 different diagnoses over the time. The one that was most consistent was conduct disorder, but he also thought at times he had problems with his mood.
Okay. And throughout the years, Nicholas has been diagnosed with oppositional defiant disorder?
There were some occasions, I wouldn't say throughout the years, but it was noted in some of the earlier records.
Okay. Disruptive behavior disorder?
Yes.
Impulse control disorder?
There was one note that described that.
Okay. And those are in the same class as conduct disorders, correct?
They're in the same chapter in the DSM for, to say broadly, behavioral disorders, but they oftentimes go along with conduct disorder, yes.
Okay. But also, at some point, he was diagnosed with unspecified anxiety disorder.
Yes, this was around the time of the 3rd grade. They were concerned, again, that the medication may have played a role with some of his anxieties and worries, and so he was on a stimulant and a non-stimulant, and so they decreased that. The Concerta, in particular, they were concerned about maybe causing some of the anxiety, so that was noted too in the records.
Okay. He's been diagnosed with other persistent mood disorder, yes?
Yes, he didn't meet criteria for a full mood disorder. They thought he had some mood lability, meaning it goes up and down, and that was one of the criteria for borderline personality disorder.
Okay.
So I did see he'd have pretty big swings in his temper and his mood.
Okay. He's been diagnosed with other specified episodic mood disorder?
Yes, again, one of the criteria for borderline personality disorder.
Disruptive mood dysregulation disorder, which is a depressive disorder?
Can you say the disorder again slowly?
Disruptive mood dysregulation disorder?
Yes, it is if a person gets in a bad mood, they may act kind of violently or aggressive. It's also one of the criteria for borderline personality disorder. So you look at the different diagnoses and trajectory over time, and he had several different impulsive and kind of mood issues that fit into borderline personality disorder.
Okay. Now, you work in the area of forensics, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you wrote a book chapter in a book called The Evolution of Forensic Psychiatry, yes?
Which book was that in?
May I approach the witness to refresh his recollection?
I think this is about training and training programs.
Okay. You contributed a chapter to this, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you actually said, and this was last week, medicine evolves and psychiatry is a branch of medicine, so it evolves as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming that you keep up on the latest research and theories relevant to your work.
In general, yes.
Okay. So in doing research on the diagnosis that you've given, antisocial personality disorder, you must be familiar with Dr. Adrian Rain.
Yes.
Okay. In fact, he contributed to this book as well, correct?
I don't know if he was an author. He wasn't a co-author with me, but I don't know if he contributed or not.
Okay. And in fact, Dr. Rain has published over 250 peer-reviewed articles on antisocial personality disorder, correct?
I don't know how many articles he's published.
Okay. And are you aware that Dr. Rain's research, as well as that of numerous other researchers, shows that ASPD is a neurodevelopmental disorder, just like autism and fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, or ARND?
I wouldn't say it would be just like it. Obviously, they can't be just like, because fetal alcohol syndrome would have at its basis alcohol, and the other diagnoses do not. So that statement cannot be true just on the face of it. I am aware that he has done a lot of work. It's fascinating work, by the way, on potential biologic underpinnings of antisocial personality disorder, some of which might even be identified in children as young as 3. And he's looking at the autonomic response system of the body. And so, yes, I'm happy to discuss his work.
Okay, and in fact, since 2013, there has been a great deal of research and writing on the idea that antisocial personality disorder is actually a neurodevelopmental disorder based on the criteria that you use to determine if something is a neurodevelopmental disorder.
Sure, there's been a lot of different theories and proposals. What I can tell you is the American Psychiatric Association has not adopted that, has not put that into the neurodevelopmental section of the DSM-5. And so many people have different theories about what causes someone to have criminal behavior, what causes someone to act violently. And so there's a large body of research, both biologic, psychologic, and social theory research. So some of the researchers biologically are really trying to determine, is there a part of the brain that may play a role? How young could we identify? Could we have earlier interventions if this could be identified to stop it? So Adrian Rain's work is some of the early work for even as young as 3 years old as one theory, but it has not been accepted by the American Psychiatric Association or the body of psychiatrists at this point that it is a neurodevelopmental disorder.
Right, and Adrian Rain started writing on it in about 2018, correct?
I would say that maybe even earlier he had some publications related to conduct disorder and its origins.
Okay, and in fact there are several well-known researchers and scholars in the area of antisocial that do believe that, even if the American Psychiatric Association does not, correct?
Oh yes, there are people that believe many different things.
Okay. I want to talk now briefly about the borderline personality disorder you diagnosed. Would you agree with me that there is a strong genetic component to borderline personality disorder as well?
I think there is an increased genetic risk if you have it run in your family. Whether it's strong or not, it depends on how you define strong.
I think in the DSM, let me check, says 5 times more likely.
Among if you have a first-degree relative.
First-degree relative, okay. There are also environmental factors that contribute to the development of borderline personality, correct?
Sure.
And that would be being a victim of emotional, physical, or sexual abuse, being exposed to long-term fear or distress as a child, being neglected by one or both parents, growing up with a family member with a serious mental health condition. Correct?
Yes, that is true.
Okay. And one of those diagnostic criteria is identity disturbance. And you said Nicholas met that criteria?
Yes, in my opinion, yes.
Okay. You also testified that he experienced chronic feelings of emptiness.
Yes.
Okay. The diagnostic features also discuss co-occurring painful feelings of aloneness.
Yes, that can happen, certainly.
Okay. Then the hallmark symptom of borderline personality disorder is the fear of abandonment, correct?
It is one of the symptoms, and it's characteristic of many people with borderline, but it's not the only symptom. So it's one of the 9 symptoms.
Okay. And the diagnostic features in the DSM states regarding borderline, this lack of a full and enduring identity makes it difficult for the individual with borderline personality disorder to identify maladaptive patterns of behavior and can lead to repetitive patterns of troubled relationships, correct?
Yes, that's why it's a personality disorder.
Okay, and borderline personality...
Your Honor, can he finish
Yes,
his answer?
let him answer, please. Sir, or did you finish?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
That's why it's a personality disorder, because of the way they behave and act towards others causes a lot of problems in their life. So if they break up with somebody, it's one thing to be upset and have some behavior around that. It's a different thing to threaten to kill them or kill yourself. So it's at a really different level, and it causes problems with other people.
Okay, and people with borderline personality disorder have a high rate of psychiatric hospitalization, correct?
I would say they have a higher rate, obviously, than the general population, and oftentimes because they have suicidal threats, they may not go through with them or don't go through with them, but they may have gestures like cutting on their their arm or their leg. People get worried about them, and then they go and they have a brief hospitalization.
Okay. Now, you listened, you said, to jail visits and jail calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that Nicholas has had some visits with a woman named Scarlett Lewis, who's the mother of a Sandy Hook victim, correct?
Yes.
And she founded the Choose Love movement, correct? You know about that?
I didn't hear the last word.
The Choose Love movement? Are you familiar with that?
She had, in the call with him, she did sort of an interactive calming thing. Is that what you're talking about in the call? Are you saying love movement?
The Choose Love movement.
Oh, the Choose Love movement. Okay, that's separate from the call. Yes.
Okay, and that is to create safer and more loving schools, homes, and communities through a formula of courage, gratitude, and forgiveness and compassion, correct?
Yes, I was familiar with her.
Okay, and she talks to him about that in those calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they end their calls with, I love you.
Oh, they do, yes.
Okay, and he also talks to his brother Zachary. Yes?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the hearsay.
Let me speak to the lawyer sidebar, please.
Nicholas has frequent visits from his pastor, correct?
I've seen a reference to that in the earlier jail records, but I haven't seen documentation of it.
Okay. And on the anniversary of Linda's death, 11/1/21, that's the 4-year anniversary, he did a kiosk request to send a message to his brother and to send a message to Pastor Black, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm almost done. I just want to go over a few things that we know about Nicholas. He attended a specialized preschool program, typically mild, moderate disabilities such as developmental delay and language impaired students, taught by an ESE certified teacher with a paraprofessional, correct?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay, he's had an IEP since he was 3 years old.
His first one was when he was about 3 years, 5 months or so, yeah.
He was diagnosed with a language disorder as recently as last year.
By whom?
By an SLP, a trained speech and language pathologist.
I didn't see one associated with a school, is what I was asking. I didn't see a school language pathologist that had diagnosed him in the last year.
Okay, well, it wasn't part of the school records.
Oh, okay.
He spent most of his elementary school in a cluster class for children with emotional problems.
Periodically, I would say not so much in the first grade, but by the second, third grade, he started to be more into mainstream classing and inclusion classes at a greater percent at parts. And part of the fifth grade, about 80% mainstream there. And then in Westglades, when he went, not as much in the cluster classes. So I would say not the majority, but for a significant percentage.
Okay. At Westglades, they don't have cluster classes, correct?
Yeah, he was in a mainstream, for the most part, class.
Okay. He was medicated throughout most of his life, correct?
Off and on.
In middle school, he was sent to a center for kids whose emotional and behavioral disabilities manifest in their behavior, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that school provided him a highly structured environment with a lot of academic, behavioral, and mental health support.
It did.
And he did pretty well there, correct?
Yes.
He was referred back to that school after being at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas less than one full school year, correct?
I want to say it's less, about a full school year, because he did the 9th grade, and then in the 10th grade, after the breakup in August of 2016, so the fall starts in September, October of the school, so it was about a year. And so after he was having a lot of problems after the breakup with a girlfriend, there was a consideration, and after the fight with another peer, to have him go back there. So he did well that first year, and even though he was doing well, really well in the 10th grade, and this is a key point, he was also looking up a range of these kind of violent searches and school searches and shootings, even when he was in a structured environment and doing very well. So that seemed to be independent. So his 10th grade year, he had this interest documented in some of his searches. And the structure of the classroom didn't seem to negate that.
Okay, so he was referred back to Cross Creek within one full school year of being sent to MSD, correct?
Yes, at a school year, yes.
Okay. When he was at MSD, he was no longer receiving Henderson services, correct?
For part of the time he was, but it ended in the fall of 2016, around December.
And that was his, that was when he was, those were individual calls, correct? That was not the cluster of services that he was receiving, correct?
He did have some referrals and individual calls, but the REACH program and some of the other treatment ended in December, I believe, of 2016.
Now, you would agree with me that in the DSM-5-TR, with respect to antisocial personality disorder, there is no mention of language disorders, learning disabilities, or the need for a highly structured environment.
You mean in the specific section on antisocial personality disorder?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. I don't see that they talk about that environment.
Okay. And in your interview, you asked him about why he did this on Valentine's Day. You testified that in your direct, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked him, you've been thinking about it for a long time. Why didn't you do it on Valentine's Day in 2017, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he said, my mom was still alive. My mom was still alive. When my mom died, it was like, if my mom never died, it probably never would have happened. Correct? Okay.
He did
I
say
don't
that.
have any more questions. Thank you.
Okay, State, do you have any other questions?
No further questions.
Okay, is the witness excused? State, the witness is excused?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for your patience. You are excused. Whenever you're ready, let's give the doctor a minute to get his things. State, you may call your next witness.
Kyle, Oregon.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. Please speak into the stationary microphone that's directly in front of you. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Kyle James Horgan, Horrigan.
And Mr. Horgan, where did you graduate from high school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas,
In what year?
2018.
And what kind of work do you do now?
I'm a firefighter paramedic.
Okay. Directing your attention to February 14th, 2018, were you present at the school the day of the shooting?
Yes.
And you weren't in the 1200 building, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to take you to later in that day. When you got home, there certainly was a lot of publicity about the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did there come a time that you learned who the suspected shooter was that day?
On the news, yes.
Okay. Did you recognize that person?
Yes.
And did you have any familiarity with him at the school at some point? Did you
No.
know him from the school?
I'd seen him around, but I've never spoke to him.
Okay. But did you know who he was?
I heard of him, but not personally, no.
Okay. Did there ever come a time in September of 2016 that you came into contact with him?
I'd seen him in the hallways of school, but never.
Okay. Was there anything unusual that occurred when you saw him in a hallway?
Yes.
And what was that?
He had a backpack that had a swastika written on it, and then the words, the F word, you, and then the N word.
Okay. And as a result of seeing that, did you take a picture of that?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked. It's previously been shown to the defense, States Exhibit 26M for identification. Do you recognize this
Yes.
photograph?
Yes.
And is that the picture that you were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
Is that the picture that you took back in September of 2016?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer States Exhibit 26M for identification into evidence.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Judge, based upon our previous objections in D MIL 8 and D 306.
Okay, is there any additional objection?
No, ma'am.
That's not been argued? Okay, over the defense previously argued and maintained objection, 26M will be received as 497.
So can you tell us where you were when this picture was taken?
I was leaving math class. I believe it was the 900 building, the hallway. I don't know the exact number, but it was a 900 building hallway.
Okay, and so you see a person in front of you wearing this backpack like this?
Yes.
Okay, and do you think you could still recognize the person who's wearing it?
Yes.
Do you see that person in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point to him, please?
Okay.
Ask the record to reflect, Your Honor, the witnesses pointed towards the defendant, Nicholas Cruz.
The record will reflect.
Tell us why you took the picture.
Objection, relevance, Judge.
Let me speak to the lawyers, please, briefly. Just 1 second, sir.
When you saw the person wearing this backpack, did you speak to him?
No,
Why not?
I personally wouldn't want to encounter someone that's brave enough to write that on a backpack and walk around with it.
I'm sorry, brave enough?
Brave enough, yeah.
Okay. What was your reaction to seeing that backpack?
I was personally shocked by it, that someone would walk around in public with that, much less a school. And like I said, be brave enough to wear that.
Okay. Brave from what?
Obvious racial hate displayed on the bag.
Okay. Not somebody that you would interact with?
No.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hargan.
Cross-examination?
Agree with Judge, thank you.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Horgan. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Well, thank you. So, were you aware that the defendant is a black brother
No, not at the time.
and that he would go home every day with this written on his backpack?
I don't know him personally, so no.
You'd agree with me, that's pretty crazy, right?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else for this witness?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
State, when you're ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
Dr. Robert Denny.
Sure. raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down and be seated. And when you're seated, please speak into the stationary microphone that's directly in front of you. State your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Robert L. Denny, D-E-N-N-E-Y.
Okay, state you may inquire.
What is your profession, Dr. Denny?
I'm a clinical neuropsychologist.
And where do you work?
I work in, well, I have a part-time practice at the Citizens Memorial Hospital in Bolivar, Missouri, in the neurology department and the Missouri Memory Center. And then my other time is spent providing forensic-related consultation work.
And what is your education, please?
Well, after finishing a bachelor degree in youth ministry from the Lutheran Bible Institute, I then completed a master's degree in psychology from the Forrest Institute of Professional Psychology. And then I completed a Doctor of Psychology in 1991 from the Forrest Institute of Professional Psychology.
Okay, so you indicated that you got a Doctor of Psychology in clinical psychology, but you're a neuropsychologist, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what training did you have to get on that track of neuropsychology?
Sure. Neuropsychologists are, first of all, professional psychologists, either clinical or counseling or something like that. And then there's specialized training above and beyond that to become a neuropsychologist. And some of that training is done during the doctoral program, academic coursework, as well as supervised clinical experiences, but then also postdoctoral supervision related to that. For me specifically, I completed a neuropsychology training track at the Forrest Institute, which included coursework in neuroanatomy, neuropathology, neuropsychological assessment, neurological rehab. My professors were neuropsychologists, and one of whom was also a physician. And there was clinical experiential training as well that I had outpatient as well as inpatient at a state-funded head injury rehabilitation hospital, working with stroke patients, traumatic brain injury patients, and things like that. And then,
let me just interrupt
I'm sorry.
for a second. I'm not sure if it's my hearing. Can you be heard?
We can turn up the microphone.
Just a little bit higher.
I'm sorry, I may not be
That's
speaking
much
into the microphone
That's
well.
much better.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I believe you were about to indicate you had a full-time internship?
Yes, as part of the doctoral degree, there is a one-year full-time clinical internship. And I did that internship at the U.S. Medical Center for Federal Prisoners, which is a maximum security medical, surgical, psychiatric hospital. A part of my rotations there were also 1 day a week for 6 months at the head injury rehabilitation hospital. So I continued my neuropsychological training there. And then after I graduated, I was able to obtain about 2 years worth of additional supervision from a neuropsychologist, which then rounded out my training in clinical neuropsychology.
What type of work were you supervised at the medical center?
Well, we had, again, the medical center, it's a maximum security medical center for Federal Bureau of Prisons inmates from all over the country and U.S. territories. And so there were medical patients there, surgical patients, and a large psychiatric cadre of patients. And there was also a pretrial criminal forensic evaluation unit there where we completed pretrial criminal forensic evaluations for the U.S. district courts throughout the U.S. territories. So I rotated through all of those rotations, and I was supervised by specialists in each of those areas, including a part-time rotation through what's called the work cadre portion of the U.S. Medical Center population. These are low-security inmates that were sent to do their time at the U.S. Medical Center, and they worked in electricians, cleaning, housekeeping, kitchen, that sort of thing. So it was more like a counseling type of a rotation. The rest of it was severe major mental illness, people who needed inpatient psychiatric treatment, evaluating people who were sentenced inmates who were sent to Springfield to evaluate whether or not they needed inpatient mental health treatment. And these are severe psychiatric kind of conditions, psychotic conditions. And if they needed it and consented to treatment, then we would sign them into the mental health treatment unit. If they needed it but were not competent to sign themselves in or refused, then we would pursue a civil commitment through the local court to provide treatment for them. So I received supervision and training in all of these areas. And let me flesh out a little bit the medical and surgical side. We had the largest dialysis unit in the country, even outside of prison systems. It was the largest dialysis unit. So we had a lot of dialysis. We had a cancer treatment center, surgical services, and psychologists were involved in those areas as well, providing evaluations, therapy, things like that. And so I rotated through that rotation as well.
Did that include forensic psychological examinations?
Yes. The pretrial forensic unit, again, where we performed evaluations for the U.S. District Courts, I was an intern there as well and rotated through that. I think it was 4 or 6 months of supervision doing those type of evaluations.
And this is all a male facility?
Yes.
Okay. And the issues that you would address in forensic psychology, what were those issues?
The most common issue we addressed was competency to stand trial or competency to proceed through the legal process. Of course, you had to evaluate whether they had a mental disease or defect, and then whether or not that mental disease or defect eliminated their ability to be competent to go through criminal proceedings, adjudication. But we also dealt with the issue of sanity. That would be like criminal responsibility. Did they understand the nature and consequences of the proceedings, or the nature, quality, and dangerousness or wrongfulness? I'm sorry, I'm mixing up my words. The nature, quality, or wrongfulness of their acts at the time they committed whatever offense they committed. We also dealt with a dangerousness issue and need for inpatient mental health treatment for pretrial defendants.
And after you graduated and got your doctorate in 1991, where did you work?
I actually was offered a position at the U.S. Medical Center. So I left as an intern on Friday and came back Monday as a staff psychologist.
And what were your duties during those years?
Well, I was hired to fill a forensic evaluator spot. And so once my license came in December of 1991, then I switched over to the forensic unit. And for the first 8 years, I performed court studies full-time. Then after that 8 years, I switched over to the medical and surgical side of the hospital, where I developed a neuropsychology service. And however, I was the only neuropsychologist in the facility, so I also provided neuropsychological consultation to the forensic service. So I continued to do that throughout my career there.
So the first thing when I asked you what's your profession, you said neuropsychologist. Are you also a psychologist?
Yes, I'm a clinical psychologist, number one, but a clinical neuropsychologist as well.
Okay. And where did you first become licensed as a psychologist?
I was initially licensed in the state of Arizona, because even though I was in Missouri, in the federal system, you could be licensed in any state. And so I got an Arizona license initially. Then a year later, I was eligible for a Missouri license, and I switched over to Missouri, and I have other licenses since then.
Where do you currently hold psychology licenses?
Missouri, Michigan, Hawaii. Oh boy. Missouri, Michigan, Hawaii, Florida.
Washington, D.C.?
Thank you. Gosh, Washington, D.C., yeah. Nerves.
It's not really a state, so it's sort of...
Oh, thank you. Saved me.
Yeah. So are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
And what are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in forensic psychology. I obtained that certification in 1997. I then became board certified in clinical neuropsychology in 2003. Both of those boards are official boards under the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the umbrella board for board certification in psychology.
So what is board certification? What does that mean?
Well, it's, what does it mean?
What is it?
Okay. Board certification is a process. And if to be eligible to become board certified, first of all, you have to meet certain training requirements and have been at least 5 years post-degree completion and have met the requirements for that specialty board. Say forensic psychology, you had to have so many coursework related supervisions for so long, a year I think, or a certain number of hours training in forensic psychology. And then once you're eligible for the board, you then take a written examination, although this is confusing, sorry. I didn't have to take the written examination initially because they weren't doing that in forensic at the time. They do now. But once you're qualified, then you have to and complete that written exam. Then you submit work samples, which are actual cases you've done, and you submit all the supporting documentation to go with those work samples. Those work samples then get sent out to expert reviewers who decide whether or not it's excellent quality work. And if they approve it as excellent quality work, then they pass you at that level, and then you have to sit before an examination of 3 experts in forensic psychology who then basically cross-examine you for 3 hours on your work samples, what you know, all of mental health case law, all of the issues related to those kind of decisions that you would make, competency, sanity, whatnot, why you do what you do, ethics, all of that sort of thing. And if they agree to pass you, then you've obtained board certification in forensic psychology.
Okay, so what is forensic psychology that you're board certified in?
Right, forensic psychology is simply the application of professional psychology, like clinical or counseling or something like that, to legal issues, the legal form, and it can be criminal or it could be civil, but applying the skills involved in clinical evaluation of people to that setting.
You also mentioned that you're board certified in clinical neuropsychology, and what year was that?
2003.
Okay, so what is clinical neuropsychology?
Clinical neuropsychology is, in essence, the study of brain-behavior relationships. Okay, if the brain is functioning correctly, it allows us to be able to do certain behaviors. If the brain is not functioning correctly, then those behaviors change. They become impaired or what have you. And we use specialized tests to measure how that brain function works in real-life situations. Basically, we're often called in to provide diagnostic services when there's questions of diagnosis when it relates to neurologic issues. For example, in my setting at the Missouri Memory Center, I do a lot of evaluations of elderly to determine whether they have memory problems, whether that memory problem is something that is consistent with their age, or is it suggestive of some other condition like mild cognitive impairment or even something like dementia or of various different kinds. And I help the neurologist figure out what the diagnosis is. So that's what clinical neuropsychology is.
And the process for you becoming board certified in neuropsychology, is that the same or similar to when you became board certified in forensic psychology, or is it different?
Very similar, but slightly different. You had to have the right training, education, supervised experience to meet the requirements, and then you had to pass an omnibus, really big multiple choice examination that covered a wealth of areas: behavioral neurology, neuropsychology, psychometrics, different types of testing, as well as general mental health issues. neuro rehab issues, neurodevelopmental issues, all of that neuropathology stuff. And once you pass that, then you're eligible to submit work samples. And then you have to submit 2 different work samples. Again, they go out to the board, they divvy them up to experts in the field, trained reviewers for the board, and they review those with all their supporting documentation and decide whether it's excellent work. And if it is, then they pass you, because you could fail anywhere along the line, right? And they kick it back. And if they pass you, then you go on to the oral examination, which is also a 3-hour oral examination, but it's a little bit different because each hour is with a different oral examiner covering different topics: ethics, your work samples, and what's called a fact-finding, where they give you a scenario of a case, and you have to, right then and there, in the heat of the moment, get all the testing results you would need and figure out diagnostically what's going on that case and provide reasonable treatment recommendations.
What is the benefit in becoming board certified?
Well, there's, I think, two benefits. One is personal gratification. Like, it's like a mountain. Okay, I've achieved that, and I can, you know, we always carry this little, am I good enough? Am I really trained properly? Do I know what I know? But that helps confirm, like, yes, you do, you are. All right, and so that's that personal gratification. But I believe it also serves a broader purpose in that then other people can know that I have been evaluated and that my work has met certain standards. And I think that's very valuable for society.
Is there anything unusual about having both of these board certifications in forensic psychology and clinical neuropsychology?
Yes, it's rare.
How rare is that?
There are 7 people who have both board certifications.
In the United States?
In the world.
Okay. Going back to the United States Medical Center, what type of people did you see there, and what type of problems did they normally have?
Well, as I alluded to, it's a medical, surgical, psychiatric hospital for maximum security, and so all of our men, and it was all men, no women, all of the men we received who were sentenced inside the Federal Bureau of Prisons came from the most maximum security facilities. Marion, which was the newer version of Alcatraz, and then it's been replaced with the AdMax or Supermax in Colorado. And we received referrals from the U.S. penitentiaries. And these men could have difficulties that cover any number of things, medical, surgical, psychiatric, dialysis, which I guess that's medical, and then severe psychiatric issues like I mentioned. All of those things.
Are you working there now?
No.
And when did you retire from that
Yeah, I retired out from the U.S. Medical Center at the end of 2011.
What were the ages of the men that you would see there?
Well, they were all adults, although some of the pretrial defendants were in their upper teens. But other than that, they were adults, but from elderly to young adults.
Did you ever see people who had fetal alcohol syndrome?
Yes, I did.
In addition to working as a board-certified forensic neuropsychologist, did you also have a teaching career?
Yes, I did.
And tell us about your teaching, please.
Sure. I taught at a local university for a couple years first, teaching in statistics, but then I switched over to teaching at the Forrest Institute, which is a doctoral graduate program in clinical psychology. And I started teaching neuroanatomy and neuropathology. Did that for a couple years, and then they asked me to start a forensic psychology specialization track. And so I started teaching, in addition to the neuroanatomy and neuropathology, I developed courses in forensic mental health case law, forensic psychological evaluation, and advanced case analysis, clinical forensic case analysis. And I taught those for a small number of years, and then I believe it was in 2003, then they asked me to switch over and start teaching, become the director of the neuropsychology specialization track, at which point I started then teaching more neuro-related courses, neuropsychological assessment 1 and neuropsychological assessment 2, advanced case analysis, neuropsychological rehabilitation, pediatric or child neuropsychology rehabilitation, which included neurodevelopment, neuroanatomy, neuropathology for pediatrics population. And I supervised students in regard to their research dissertations and master's theses. Yeah.
And what academic rank did you achieve at that school?
I achieved full professor, although they called it professor by distinction.
And did you teach at any other schools?
Yes, at Evangel University. Afterwards, I taught a couple years teaching biopsychology there in their undergraduate and their graduate master's program. And including in that biopsych course was lab work where we actually did brain cuttings and things like that.
Did you teach doctoral students as well?
Yes, at Forest Institute, they were all doctoral students.
And how many years did you do that?
I believe it was 18.
And are you a member of any professional organizations? And if so, what are they?
Yes, I'm a member of the International Neuropsychological Society. I am a fellow of the National Academy of Neuropsychology, and I'm a fellow of the American Psychological Association.
Were you the president of any of these organizations?
Yes, in 2009 I was the president of the National Academy of Neuropsychology.
As a fellow of the American Psychological Association and National Academy of Neuropsychology, what does fellow mean, and how do you get that?
Yeah, fellow status is a status that's somewhat unique. The organization committee on fellows every year decide who has made a substantial contribution to the field. And those are the individuals they put forth as recommended to become fellows. And so that happened in neuropsychology for me at the National Academy of Neuropsychology, and related to my work in forensic neuropsychology for the American Psychological Association.
What is forensic neuropsychology?
No, it's just like it sounds. I mean, it's the application of clinical neuropsychology in the forensic setting.
And have you published in your field?
Yes, I have.
How many publications do you have?
I believe it's about 64.
And what are the areas that you publish in?
Well, my career has been mostly the application of clinical neuropsychology in the criminal forensic setting. I saw many years ago that there was a lot of clinical neuropsychologists who get involved in criminal forensic matters but really don't know what they're doing in terms of the types of issues they got to deal with in criminal forensics, competency, sanity, and specific standards and things. And so my career has been to publish and teach on the methods that need to be used by clinical neuropsychologists when they step into the criminal forensic setting. So that's been a big part of it. Some of my publications have dealt with negative response bias and malingering, that sort of thing. Some of them publications have been in ethics issues.
When you say you publish, is it a book? Is it an article? What is it?
It's a mix of things. There's a lot of peer review articles that go into actual peer reviewed journals, and then there's also book chapters.
Let me just stop you there.
Yeah.
What does peer reviewed mean?
Well, the peer review system, say for example, Journal Y here, they will have an editorial board. These are people who are experts in the topic area of the journal, and they will be funneled manuscripts. So when somebody submits a manuscript to that journal, it gets funneled to the editorial board, and like 2 or 3 reviewers then review that manuscript and decide whether it's good research and should be accepted or rejected, and if it could be accepted, could it be improved to possibly be accepted, and then you write up these analyses of the manuscript that go back to the authors, and you're assigned that task by the journal editor. So that's the peer review process. And then the authors look at those comments and they say, okay, well, I'm going to make the changes the editorial board requested, and then you resubmit the manuscript, and sometimes that goes multiple times, and eventually the manuscript's accepted for publication.
Okay. And is this how neuropsychology grows from the research and writings of authors like you?
Yes, that's the way science works, through the scientific journals.
Are you on any editorial boards?
Yes, I am.
And what are editorial boards, and which ones are you on, please?
Again, the editorial board are those people who review the manuscripts for the journal. I'm on the editorial board for the Clinical Neuropsychologist, Archives of Clinical Neuropsychology, Applied Neuropsychology, Adult. Those are three editorial boards that I'm on.
And what is the Journal of Pediatrics?
Well, the Journal of Pediatrics, that's the journal by the American Association of Pediatrics.
And do you review any manuscripts for them?
I was asked to review as what's called an ad hoc reviewer to review a manuscript for pediatrics.
And what is validity testing and malingering?
Validity testing and malingering is a big topic area. And it's very important in neuropsychology because unlike, say, radiology, where you could put somebody under a scanner and they take a picture, neuropsychology requires the person to put forth appropriate task engagement. They've got to actually apply themselves in the testing to have results actually reveal what the person's real ability is like, right? You can imagine a child who's angry and frustrated in school or something like that, and they get told you got to go down to the counselor's office because you're going to see a psychologist for an IQ test. And they don't want to be there. They're angry. They're upset. And they come in there and they say, "What am I here? Who are you and why am I here? And why you take a test?" Take a test. But they force them to sit down and take a test. That person's probably not going to have a really good IQ score because they didn't apply themselves. So you have to be motivated to do your best. Other issues related to validity in psychological testing in general is some of our tests are sensitive to people who might be exaggerating difficulties, like self-report difficulties, but it could also be sensitive to people who are minimizing difficulties, like mental health difficulties, for example. And so there are validity scales in our measures that try to pick up on that. And we need to look at these validity indicators to determine whether the data are valid or not. If you don't do that, or you don't do a thorough enough analysis of the validity indicators in relation to how the person's performing, what the referral issue was, and how that compares to what real life is for this person, and look for consistencies. If you don't do that thorough analysis, then you could end up with data that really is not reflective of the person's genuine abilities. And so it's a very important issue.
Dr. Denny, have you published in the area of validity testing and malingering?
Yes, I have.
How do we know if test data is accurate?
Well, again, we have to look at the validity indicators in the test data to see what that tells us, number one. But we go beyond that and we look, is there reasonable consistency between different... well, first of all, it depends on whether it's performance-based tests like neurocognitive testing or symptom-based tests like self-report inventories. They're different. And you have to look at the validity indicators in the performance test to see, does it reflect what it looks like it's valid? Then are the test results consistent across domains? Do they make sense for the given neuropathology that's supposed to be there? And is it consistent with real-world functioning? And if all those consistencies are there, then you can say, okay, this looks like valid data. Likewise, you have to look at the self-report measures and see, is there signs of exaggeration? Is there signs of minimization? Does what the person say is the problem consistent with what I see in front of me? Or is it inconsistent? And all of those things go together to decide whether a person's presentation on testing is a valid reflection of their real abilities.
Okay, so talking about validity testing, correct? Is there two types?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's performance validity testing, where you're measuring the validity of somebody's performance. You know, are they demonstrating appropriate task engagement? Are they engaged to the task, and with the intention of doing their best? And then there's.
Let me stop you.
Yes.
There. So you use an example about making somebody take an IQ test that they don't want to take, right?
Right.
So if that person is given the test and they Christmas tree the IQ test, they give no effort, is that an example of performance validity testing?
Well, yeah, there's in the performance validity testing, there are two different types of validity measures we use. Some are freestanding. So you add an extra test to the test battery that is designed to detect people who are not trying to do their best on testing, or maybe attempting to look bad on testing. That happens sometimes. And then there are also what are called embedded indices. You look in the normal tests that are given and that have been validated to measure certain abilities, but you look at certain key indicators in there that we have learned through lots of experience and literature that don't actually reflect pathology, but they reflect lack of effort. Okay, and usually these validity tests are measures that look difficult, but in fact are very easy even for people who have significant cognitive problems.
So you mentioned you've gone through performance validity tests, and then you said there's symptom validity tests as well?
Yes, symptom validity test is designed to work with self-report measures where people are reporting their difficulties, and they help us understand, number one, whether the person understood the items. Maybe a reading, for example. Could they read the items? Did they understand what the item content said? And did they answer in a consistent manner? Then beyond that, you look at, were they exaggerating their problems? Or opposite that, were they minimizing the problems and denying having problems? I mean, you can imagine, like, personnel type test, a hiring test. Somebody's denying problems, right? Or a child custody case, they're going to deny all these problems because I don't have any mental health problems. So that can happen. But there's also instances where people can grossly over-exaggerate their problems in self-report measures as well.
In the forensic, meaning court, that you've been involved with when you're dealing with criminal defendants, is validity testing and malingering issues that are important to you to look for?
Yes, they are. They're very important. And actually, forensic neuropsychological evaluation that did not do that would be considered not thorough and less than acceptable work if they did not do that.
Why is that? Why is that important in criminal cases?
Well, just in the practice guidelines are so very clear that, and not just criminal cases, but any forensic case, could be a civil case, a personal injury case. It's just as important to verify that the data are valid. If you don't verify the data are valid, then, I mean, you're just assuming they're valid, and that's not good.
Are you, do you pay attention to their behaviors during the examination and across several tests?
Right. Good question. Because there are the validity tests, the freestanding tests, the embedded indices, but there's the tests themselves and the consistency across domains and the consistency of the person's performance with the way they're presenting during the behavioral observations, right, during the examination. Does that make sense? And then you have to take it one step further and say, okay, well, with these scores, could the person, the person would be impaired at this level. Does their real world functioning match that? And if it doesn't, then that tells you the data are not valid. And so you have to do a full analysis of all these things to determine whether the data are a valid reflection of the person's genuine cognitive abilities.
Well, what do you mean real life functioning or real world functioning, that the data is consistent with that?
Well, for example, if I create, and maybe this might communicate better, let's assume hypothetically that I created this really fantastic back pain measure. It's really, really fantastic. And I give it to somebody and they score out as having terrible, terrible back pain. It's so bad that they can hardly walk or do anything. And yet I find out that they actually live in the neighborhood next door, and I see him climbing a ladder and re-roofing his house. Okay? That real world functioning tells me that the test data are bogus, right? And there's this phrase that I always taught my students is that real world functioning always trumps psychological test results. Because if your test says one thing, but real life says something different, you got to go with the real life.
Okay, now if you can describe how do neuropsychological tests work?
That's great. Neuropsychological tests, first of all, it's a procedure, like having somebody do something, whether it's putting together puzzles or doing some motor task really fast, or drawing, or answering questions. It could be all of those things. But they're designed to measure a certain construct, an ability, like, say, learning and memory. Okay, well, this test is designed to measure learning, how well somebody can learn something. Then it's validated on to actually be shown to truly measure that. And then you take the person's raw scores. When you give them the test, you take their raw score, and you compare it to norms. Okay, so you've got a large normative database of people who've been given this test, and so you know what is normal, right? And when it's somebody who's performing better than normal or worse than normal. And then that gives you a standardized scores. And then with the standardized scores, you can say, okay, well, this individual on this task either has really strong abilities in this area or very, very weak abilities in this area. And then with multiple tests, you get kind of a profile of what the overall cognitive ability looks like.
You were using the word domain before. Could you explain what that means?
Sure. In a neuropsychological test battery, we try to measure the basic functions, maybe that's not a good word, common functions of the brain. Attention, concentration, learning, memory, language skills, visual, spatial, nonverbal types of skills, problem solving, planning, organization, mental flexibility, things like that. Each of those areas are domains inside a neuropsychological test battery. So you might have a domain of memory, you might have a domain of academic functioning, or a domain of attention, concentration, maybe speed of mental processing. That's what I mean by domains.
Does it matter what kind of pathology a person has that, let's say, knocks out that ability to perform a skill?
Well, you know, it really doesn't tell you much about what pathology it is per se. Let's say somebody who's performs very poorly in memory. Okay, they've got a memory disorder. It doesn't tell me what the problem was. That memory disorder could be because of Alzheimer's disease. If they're an older individual, right? That could be. If it's a younger person, it may be due to something else. Oh, it might be due to the traumatic brain injury the person just had. Okay, so it could be any different pathology. It could be somebody who's got MS, but they're later in the course can start having some memory problems. So it really depends. So you can have multiple neuropathologies that can cause a poor score. Does that make sense? Yeah.
So is your determinations made just on test scores? Is that how you make your diagnosis, just on test scores?
No, it would be really inappropriate to do that. You have to look at the entire clinical situation. What's the referral question? Okay, what's the person's history? What is their presentation over time of those issues? Has it changed? Is it the same? Was it a quick onset? Was it a slow onset? And then what are their behavioral presentation look like? So I can look at the test results, I look at their behavioral presentation, and then sometimes you're able to be in a situation where you talk about a spouse or somebody who knows the person at home, and they can describe what they're like at home. All of that factors in, and then you use that information and you apply that to your knowledge of neuropathologies and different kinds of brain problems, and you see which one makes the most clinical sense. And maybe there's the number one looks like this one, but it could be this, it's possibly this, unlikely this, and then we pursue the rule out process. That's the way it works.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I think this would be a good time to break.
Okay, may I just speak to the lawyers for a second on the headphones? I'm getting ready to excuse you for the evening. I do need you here tomorrow earlier. We need to get through several witnesses tomorrow who have some time constraints, so we're going to start earlier. I'm going to ask you to please be here at 8:30 so that we can start at 9, and I may have to give you a shortened lunch period if you want to pack a lunch. Unfortunately, we don't have the staff to sit with you in the jury room during lunch, but there are places by the river where they have picnic tables and things which you can walk around if that is a quicker process for you. Did somebody say something? No. Okay, so in any event, please be back here tomorrow at 8:30. You are excused for the evening. Please remember the instruction that you cannot discuss the case with anyone, including your family members. Please leave your notepads behind, and I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Okay, the jurors have been excused. Doctor, you're also excused. Please feel free to talk about whatever you want, but do not talk about except for your testimony. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone, including the lawyers, while we're on recess, okay?
I understand.
All right, thank you so much.
Are we going to do it now? Because he may be necessary to answer some questions from...
I would like to be able to go through what you all have given me, even though it's not much. Don't forget, you're much more familiar with these things than I am.
There's a lot there on the PowerPoint, and it's very tough to digest for all of us, even after all the time we spent on it.
If you all would be so kind, if you can tab the slides that are at issue, that would make it easier for me. And then, if we can reconvene tomorrow promptly at 8:30, then we'll have from 8:30 to 9 while they're getting the jurors settled to go over these issues. Will that be enough time for you, State, to make any amendments?
Yeah.
If needed.
Dr. Denny would probably be the one to do it. Can you make amendments on the PowerPoint?
It would just be if there was a slide or two.
I need to change a title or something.
5 that maybe there's a certain word, or with the defense there were sometimes. I haven't even looked at it, so I can't give you an example, but there were certain pages that I had them remove the entire slide, and then there were some slides where I said, you can keep this, but take that out. But it wasn't that.
Absolutely. That's no problem.
Okay.
Approach Judge not to have it.
Thank you.
Your Honor, will we be able to get the defendant up early?
Yes.
He's going to have to be here for it.
Yes, I will. We can get him up here so we can start at 8:30, please. Yes, that's not a problem.
Okay, great.
We're bringing you the thumb drive right now.
Okay.
There's some numbers that we took out, so it's just the ones that are there. I think we took out 4 and 7.
Okay, would you?
Videos.
Ms. McNeil, you're the author of this pleading, I believe. Would you cross out the ones that the state is withdrawing? Would you please, for me? You can just put a line through them so that I know I don't have to read those particular slides. And everyone else can either be seated or is excused. I'm just standing to stretch. Thank you, that's great.
No, I gotta ask.
Okay.
Jeff, which one did you decide to do? Which one did you use on? 4 and 7. D4? Yes. And 7? D7. Is that okay? Just 2? Yes. You're welcome.
May I approach?
Sure.
Just crossed them out.
Okay. Thank you. And you're putting like Post-its on the ones at issue?
Yes, ma'am.
There was, without seeing it, it was a little bit hard to follow your information.
I know.
It wasn't your fault, it just... Other than that, we're in recess. Can Mr. Cruz be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, we're in recess till tomorrow. We'll start at 8:30.
They're not on the stand.
What are you looking for? I don't think I have anything.